It is 1 p.m., still on the same day, and we are here to have the second half of our meeting, which is going to be a CPD, a commercial plan development, and a comprehensive plan amendment to the future land use map. So if you all have, well, I'm just going to turn this over to Nancy because she's going to swear you in and give you the groundwork.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just
Thank
a
you,
couple
Nancy.
of comments I'd like to make. Just to recognize that the first item that the LPA will be reviewing this afternoon is quasi-judicial. The second item, which is related, is a comprehensive plan amendment, which is legislative in nature. So the two hearings are going to be just a little bit different. And I make comments before our quasi judicial matters. We did have a very long break, so I wanted just to go ahead and make a few more comments about quasi judicial hearings and how they're conducted. So we have it all into the record itself. So as I mentioned, the first item, as the chair identified, this is the Arches Resort CPD, and it is quasi-judicial. And then that will require our public hearing today on that item to comply with the procedural requirements that have been established in Florida law and in our land development code. As in our other hearings, the proceeding will be less formal than a proceeding before circuit court, but it will be more formal than the subsequent hearing on the comprehensive plan amendment. We'll be following the basic standards of due process that requires noticing the application of the correct standards and your decision to be made on competent and substantial evidence that's presented to you either in written documents or through oral testimony. Your job is to evaluate the testimony and information regarding each item, draw a conclusion regarding whether the criteria that's been identified in the land development code or state law has been satisfied. So speculation and opinion that's not based on competent facts cannot be legally considered by you in evaluating an agenda item. Testimony by individuals who have been qualified as experts, and I think we do have a number of them in this case, in a particular area has been considered competent evidence by Florida courts, as well as testimony by neighbors and residents who have fact-based information, such as minutes, surveys, engineering reports, or testimony that is based on their personal knowledge and belief. So anyone in the audience, if you are intending to speak on these matters, please keep my comments in mind when you come forward, state your name for the record and whether or not you've been sworn in. So I do want to go ahead and ask the clerk, our town clerk, whether or not the two items that remain on your agenda have been properly noticed.
Yes, they have been.
Okay, and at this time, if there's any LPA member who has a conflict of interest that would prohibit them from voting on any of these items, if you could disclose it for the record so we could ascertain that we do have a quorum present. I do note for the record that we only have 6 members of our LPA present today, with one excused absence for Dawn Setta. Anyone have a conflict?
Any conflicts of interest?
No conflict.
No conflicts.
Okay, so we do have a quorum and we can proceed forward. At this time, if there's anyone who wishes to present testimony or evidence today, if you would stand and raise your right hand and the clerk will swear you in.
And that would include public
It
comment.
would include public. Anybody at all who's going to speak.
Do you solemnly swear and affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay. Everybody is sworn.
So, Madam Chair, if you would read the title for our first quasi-judicial item.
This is Arches Resort CPD. Arches Commercial Plan Development, an ordinance of the town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving with conditions, or denying the commercial plan development CPD zoning for the properties located at 450, 445, 441, and 436 Harbor Court, 435 and 438 Bonita Street, 935 and 939 3rd Street, and 401 Old San Carlos Boulevard, also respectively identified as strap numbers. 244623W3000270000 and 244623W3000260020. 244623W300030B dot 0200. 244623W300030B 1090. I mean 0190. 244623W300030C0060. 244623W300030C0040. 244623W300030A0110. 244623W300030A0030. 244623W300030A0020 and 244623W300030A0010 Fort Myers Beach. Providing for clarifications as necessary, providing for conflicts of law, Scribner's errors, severability, and providing for an effective date. John, do you have any ex parte communications, sites visits, anything?
I do. Very familiar with the property. I've spent time there as in its current state. I also have spoken with the neighborhood company and the applicant, and they provided me with a presentation. We've received multiple emails, both for and opposing this project.
Thank you. Jim?
I have the same disclosure as John did.
Okay. Jane?
I had the meeting with the company or the neighborhood group, and I had conversations with several people on my street that after church on Sunday, they wanted to discuss the arches and give me their viewpoints.
Doug?
I met with Ken, Patrick, and the owner and reviewed the project here at this office. And also I've read numerous emails, both pro and con.
Thank you. Jim?
Same as Doug, exactly.
Same as Doug. So I have the same as Doug and everyone relative to meeting with the neighborhood group and Mr. Freeland for a presentation and the emails. But I also have had many conversations in my place of business about this project. I've talked at length about it with Chris Mysterio, who's a neighbor in that neighborhood. This weekend, I spoke with Bill Spakowski about this project because I couldn't think of why we didn't include this in the downtown to begin with. And we had a long conversation relative to that, the impact on the neighborhood and the project, even though he had not reviewed it, but just general concepts. And then I also called Tom Torgerson because I wanted to find out how his parking is working. So I spoke with him about that. And to the best of my knowledge, that's all. Okay.
Okay, so again, as we always do, I need to just ask for the record that you as decision makers, that you are coming to today's hearing with an open mind. You're willing to listen to the testimony and the evidence that's presented to you, and that you would fairly decide this matter that is before you.
Jim?
Yes.
Doug?
Yes.
Jane?
Yes.
I'm a yes.
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 So the applicant is present today with their attorney. If this is the opportunity for the attorney to ask you any questions that you may want to regarding your disclosures on your ex parte.
Good morning.
Thank you, Madam Attorney. For the record, my name is Megan Strayhorn. I'm an attorney with Strayhorn, Parsons, Mullica, and Fisher here on behalf of the applicant and property owner. It is a pleasure to be with you all this afternoon.
Nice to have you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I do have a couple of follow-up questions regarding the disclosure in light of recent events, as well as the town council discussion that occurred yesterday, as well as the public comment and discussion which occurred earlier this morning. And Madam Chair, I would like to provide this opportunity to you to explain. We have been aware or become aware of the social media post. And at this time, we just ask for a clarification as to the nature of that donation
Mhm.
and the reason, and allow you to put into the record in a little explanation.
I'll be happy to, and thanks for the opportunity. It has absolutely nothing to do with the Arches project, strictly in support of an effort relative to the Seagate project and that group. I'm not a member of that group. I'm not a part of their board. I have no decision or any kind of impact on it. And, I said to someone yesterday, if someone was going to challenge me on impartiality on this case, I think they'd challenge me because I've known the Freeland family most of my life, and whether or not I could be fair and impartial based on, a long-standing relationship, friends. I went to school with one of them, but that isn't the case. It's because I made a donation to another group. In all truthfulness, it has no bearing whatsoever, I swear to you, on my ability to be impartial in looking at this case. I hope that that's how Ben Freeland feels as well.
And I think that we all want to have the same result of today, meaning we all want to have a clean and a fair hearing.
Sure.
And I appreciate your sentiment and your explanation. And I will ask the follow-up question, which you already touched upon. Is there anything that would lead you to be biased or prejudiced to impact or render your decision to be not fair or impartial?
No, ma'am, living in a small town and growing up in Lee County, there are so many people that come before us, whether it's now as a member of the LPA or in previous situations as a member of the council, that I have personal relationships with. I have voted in favor and opposed to many people. And I just do my best to look at what's in front of me and make the best decision possible based on the rules and regulations that are in place and what I think would be best for the future of the town.
And that would conclude my follow-up questions, Madam Attorney. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for asking me.
As we always proceed in our normal course of business, there will be, I'm sure, a number of professionals that will be testifying as experts in today's hearing. Could those individuals identify themselves so we can ascertain if they've already been sworn in as experts? So can you just come to the podium for the record and state your name and your area of expertise?
Patrick Vanass, certified planner, here to provide competent, substantial evidence today. Thank you.
And he has been accepted
Yes, he
as
certainly
an
has.
expert before.
Many times. Oh, man.
Already?
Start.
Ken Galander with the Neighborhood Company, AICP planner, been found as an expert, able to provide competent, substantial testimony.
Thank you, Ken.
They are town planners.
Oh.
Yep. So we have it all on the record.
Okay.
Judith Frankel, Principal Planner for the Town of Fort Myers Beach Community Development.
And she has also been accepted as an expert in land use planning in Fort Myers Beach. Sure.
Just in case.
Yeah, you never know.
Sarah Prost with Community Development.
Similarly, she has already been accepted by
Thank you,
this
Sarah. Thank you,
LPA
Judith.
as an expert. Is there anyone else in the audience that's intending to give testimony as a professional, as an expert in a particular area? Okay, seeing none. Again, some housekeeping. We just want to make sure that the applicant property owner has had a copy of the agenda materials, had the opportunity to review that. Okay, I think at this point, Madam Chair, we're ready to have staff give an introduction to the agenda item, and then the applicant will come forward and present their
Thanks,
case.
Nancy. Judith?
Good afternoon, Judith Frankel, Community Development for the Town of Fort Myers Beach. Before we get started, I wanted to point out that there are two requests that we're going to hear this afternoon. The first that we're going to hear now is for a commercial plan development rezoning. I'm going to go through and list out all those properties. The approval of that application would be contingent on the approval of the second item that you're going to hear, which is for a small scale comprehensive plan future land use map amendment, which for brevity, we're just going to call the comp plan amendment. And I believe that there's 2 different presentations the applicant is prepared to provide on both of those. So you'll hear me say a couple times, because typically when we look at a CPD, we're going to ask, is it compliant with the comprehensive plan? In this case, it could be this afternoon, but it is not yet. So just keep that in mind. There's going to be a lot of caveats there. Freeland Florida Holdings LLC is seeking the concurrent applications. What we're talking about now is the rezoning of the subject property encompassing 10 parcels, which is approximately 4.98 acres, located at 450, 445, 441, and 436 Harbor Court, 435 and 438 Bonita Street, 935 and 939 3rd Street, and 401 Old San Carlos Boulevard. This board previously heard a comprehensive plan amendment application last year on April 9th, 2024. At that time, the LPA voted 2-4 to deny that request. CPD application request did not accompany that application for the comp plan amendment. The town council on May 6, 2024 granted a continuance for the comp plan future land use map amendment to a date uncertain until such time that it could be presented simultaneously with the comprehensive plan development. So that's why you're seeing this today, and that's why you're seeing it in the order that we're seeing it. So we're bringing you the comprehensive, the commercial, I'm going to try to keep them straight, the CPD first, so you can have a full understanding of what the applicant is proposing for the site. The proposed mixed-use resort aims to provide a high-end resort with a wet dock marina, commercial retail, ancillary, restaurant, bar, banquet space, an event chapel, an outdoor market, and bodega. The applicant's proposal lists public benefits, including public access to the waterfront, a bayfront public promenade lined with commercial retail storefronts, view corridors, a linear park, a memorial garden, and potential for a water ferry / taxi and terminal to the downtown area. I'm not going to go through all of those elements in detail. I'm sure the applicant is going to go over all of those with you and how they fit into their proposal. I'm just going to hit some of the high points now, just for brevity, but please, if you have any questions, let me know. The proposed density in this case, again, subject to the companion small scale comprehensive plan map amendments change. They're proposing that to be pedestrian commercial. And so they're looking for a density that would be in compliance with pedestrian commercial. That land use category allows for a maximum density of 6 dwelling units per acre, except in certain cases. This proposal requests 263 lodging units, which is reached through an equivalency factor of 9.1. We get to that 9.1 equivalency factor, we multiply what is allowed by right, that's 6 units per acre, and then we multiply that to get to the proposed dwelling units, lodging units in this case. This is the same equivalency factor which was utilized by the Margaritaville development. The downtown core area is considered the nucleus of commercial and tourist activities on the island. It is identified and is as an appropriate area for higher densities and intensities. The floor area ratio, the development is also subject to a maximum floor area ratio. Again, this relates to the proposed comprehensive plan amendment in a pedestrian commercial future land use category, which is what the applicant is proposing. You're allowed a maximum FAR of 2.5. In the land development code, when you're proposing a commercial plan development, you have to follow the zoning regulations for a commercial resort zoning district, which allows for a maximum floor area ratio of 1.8 within the downtown redevelopment district. They are asking for a deviation request, which is part of this application, to allow for a maximum floor area ratio of 2 within the Arches Bayfront Resort CPD. So if you can follow that, if they get the comprehensive plan amendment change that they're requesting, which is to pedestrian commercial, then what they're requesting here with the CPD would be compatible with that. So they're asking for a floor area ratio, which is greater than is allowed by right by zoning, but would be within the limits of that comprehensive plan amendment if approved. Okay. Height. Again, the town's comprehensive plan comes into play here. Policy 4C4 talks about properties that are contiguous with other properties that have buildings that are of higher than typical height. The Arches Bayfront Resort site is just west of the Marina Village at Snug Harbor, which is a 6-story condominium with an overall height of about 71 feet, and that's from grade. However, across the canal to the west on Matanzas Court, single-family residence exists, which are approximately 3 stories. The proposed project is requesting buildings that will vary between 1 and 7 stories with a maximum zoned height of 81 feet measured from base plus, and a total height of 102 feet measured from grade. So in comparison to the nearby properties, there are single-family houses which are 3 stories, so we can guess they're around 30 to 35 feet in height, and the Marina Village at Snug Harbor, which is about 71 feet from grade, and what they're proposing has a maximum height of 102 feet. In this proposal, the allowance of the additional height through the plan development process will allow for narrower buildings with greater separation and greater setbacks from the adjacent properties. I will also point out policy 4C4 charges the decision-making body, the LPA, and the town council with balancing the public benefit of a height limitation against the resulting public benefit from the proposal. I'm sure the applicant is going to go over with you what those public benefits that they're proposing are, but that's something to keep in your mind when considering if those public benefits are commensurate with the height increase that they're asking for. There is a whole long list of schedule of uses, which I'm not going to read through, but there are in your packet and will cover most of the things you would expect to see in a resort of this size. Retail space, the banquet space, restaurants. The thing I will specifically point out is the old San Carlos parcel, which does abut the existing downtown business district on Old San Carlos. And that is what they're proposing there is similar to what you would see on Old San Carlos. In terms of neighborhood compatibility, the current marina zoning, which does not cover all of the 10 parcels I listed, also in your packet, it goes over specifically what zoning is for which of these properties. 2 properties have the commercial marina zoning, and 5 of them have the residential, also commercial office and downtown zoning. But in thinking about the marina zoning specifically, as it exists now, it does create a buffer between the higher impact downtown and the lower density residential districts. Elimination of that buffer between the intense commercial district and the neighborhoods could increase conflict. Uses that create additional noise in residential neighborhoods have been of particular concern to the town of Fort Myers Beach in the past. evaluation of the proposed outdoor music and COP consumption on premises areas, along with the vehicular circulation is needed to ensure that nearby homes are not negatively impacted with this proposal. Again, the applicant is going to go over some of those proposed buffering to reduce that conflict with you. They are proposing a buffer area that varies from about 30 to 50 feet in width to reduce impact to the homes along Harbor Court, Bonita Street, and 3rd Street. They also have a vehicular circulation plan that has the intent to reduce intrusion traffic into that neighborhood just south of the proposed development. There are 8 deviations requested here. I'm going to go through them again somewhat briefly. Again, if you have more questions about it, please let me know. Deviation 1 is a deviation from Land Development Code Table 34.3, which requires properties in the commercial resort zoning district. Again, because it's a commercial plan development, they're charged with using the commercial resort zoning district as their baseline to request deviations from. And the commercial resort zoning district requires a minimum lot width of 100 feet and a minimum lot depth of 100 feet. This deviation would allow for either a minimum lot width or a minimum lot depth of 80 feet, depending on the development's frontage on either Old San Carlos or 3rd Street. So this is for the particular part of the property that is abutting Old San Carlos, where they're proposing to put in what they're calling a bodega, like a small grocery corner store, and a restaurant as well. Deviation 2, a deviation from Land Development Code Section 34-645B and Table 34.3, which allows for a maximum floor area of 1.2 within the commercial resort zoning district and a maximum floor area ratio of 1.8 within the downtown redevelopment district. And they're requesting an FAR of 2 within their resort CPD. And you can see in their application, they've listed what they think that the public benefits they're offering in conjunction with that request. Deviation 3 from Land Development Code Section 34-1803A1, which allows the conversion of dwelling units to hotel motel guest units per established equivalency factors as allowed for Land Development Code Section 34-1802A2. Deviation allows an equivalency factor of 9.1, which would allow them their proposed request of 263 guest units. And again, they've listed out what their proposed benefits are to go in conjunction with that request, to justify that request. Deviation 4, a deviation from Land Development Code Note 1 of Table 10-9, which requires a solid wall not less than 6 feet in height and with landscaping to be placed on the adjacent property side of the wall to allow for a 6-foot high decorative fence with solid columns and landscaping to be placed on the interior resort side of the decorative fence for the southern property line as depicted on the enclosed master concept plan. I'm sure they're going to go over what exactly that's going to look like, but this deviation is to allow them to have that significant buffer on the south side and to help mitigate any impact to the neighbors by putting in this solid wall directly up against the neighbor's property with all of the landscaping on the inside. Deviation 5 from Land Development Code Section 26-77B, which states that new or expanded seawalls are not allowed along natural water bodies in order to allow the existing boat ramp to be replaced by seawall. This is kind of a cleanup item for that property. I imagine this is something they would want to do in general. Right now, there's a boat ramp closest to Marina Village. Our code does not allow them to fill that in and replace that with a straight seawall instead of the boat ramp. So this would give them permission to do that and to have a consistent seawall along the property edge. Deviation 6, a deviation from Land Development Code Table 34.3, which requires properties in the commercial resort zoning district to have a minimum height set at 30 feet and 3 stories to allow a maximum building zoned height of 81 feet, as defined in the Fort Myers Beach Land Development Code for the resort track. Again, 81 feet is from base flood. Maximum building heights will be in compliance with the approved master concept plan. And you can see on the master concept plan, there are a variety of heights there. It's not all at the 81 feet. Deviation 7 from Land Development Code Table 34.3, which states that property setbacks in a CPD zoning district shall be the same as for commercial resort zoning districts to allow for adjusted building setback lines within the resort tract and adjusted side setbacks and build-to lines for the buildings located within the old San Carlos tract as outlined within the enclosed development standards exhibit, which you could also see on the master concept plan. This deviation allows for a more cohesive urban streetscape along Old San Carlos Boulevard. It's going to allow that property to be more visible and more accessible from the pedestrian right-of-way. And also will allow greater open space along the linear park and promenade areas. You'll see on the master comp plan that linear park is what we're talking about, the buffer on the south side with the neighbor. So they have not built to the build-to lines there, nor on the water side to allow some public space in both areas. Deviation 8 from Land Development Code Section 34-2020 required parking regulations to allow a parking reduction of 50% in accordance with Land Development Code Section 34-676A1. The applicant and I disagreed a little bit on this one. Staff finds that the deviation from this land development code to allow for a 50% reduction in the total parking requirement does not align with section 34-676A4, which requires other streets in the downtown district to multiply the total requirement of 0.67. So other places in downtown are allowed to have a 33% reduction, and they're asking for a 50% reduction. The proposed development will be similar in nature to the existing downtown district, and this comparison is appropriate in staff's opinion that they should be made to comply with the regulation for the rest of the downtown district. The proposed development has more intense uses. One example is the event space. The event, they're going to have a little chapel for weddings and things of that nature. The total required parking spaces for the resort calculated by use is 490 approximately. The number would be appropriately reduced in a manner similar to the abutting downtown zoning, which gives you 328 spaces. They are providing 336 spaces, which is more than what I'm suggesting would be the correct amount. But the applicant is providing more than required minimum. However, this leaves only 8 parking spaces available to the public for commercial shared parking. I know we've discussed this issue on other hotels and other properties, and I just wanted to bring that to your attention. So they're stating in their application that there are 91 extra spaces available. So in my calculation, there's 8 extra spaces. Staff suggests allowing the applicant to conduct a parking study after the development is fully operational, obviously it's approved, to determine if additional spaces could be allocated to the public commercial parking. This is done sometimes. Once you are operational, then you can prove that you're not using all of your parking spaces, and then you have a case to make for being allowed to do commercial or shared parking at your lot. They have people come out and will do studies about how many are coming in and out and what the actual use of the parking is. And we could make that a condition of the application if the LPA and town council so desired. But our position is that there is a number of uses happening here, and we don't really know the full impact, so giving them an additional discount is not warranted at this time. So I'm not going to go through the full findings and conclusions at this stage. The applicant has a full presentation, but I'm here for any questions. If you want to ask any questions at this point.
Thank you, Judith. Jim, any questions?
I'm good at this point.
How about you, Doug?
I'm good at this point too.
Jane?
Staff's recommendation?
So we're recommending denial, and there's a couple reasons for that. So one, any the situation here has to be contingent on the comprehensive plan amendment, right? But even if you're assuming that that is approved and move forward, staff has concerns about the impact on the neighboring communities in terms of what we talk about a lot, nuisance, detriment to public welfare. The applicant has done a lot to try to buffer that, but it is not clear to us that there will not be significant impacts to the residential neighborhoods, both south on Bonita and Third and Harbor, and also across the canal on Matanzas Court. I have specific findings and conclusions to go over it, but that's the general gist of it. The other thing that, you know, the comp plan points out is that especially when you're requesting greater height, you have to show what the benefit is. The community has to weigh what is the benefit. Is there an increased benefit to allowing the increased height versus keeping the height restrictions? I'm sure they're going to go over everything they're providing for public benefit. So you can see whether those two things weigh out. The other thing I wanted to say at this point, which I can probably reiterate again at some later point, is that when we're considering what goes in the ordinance, which will be the final rules and guiding document for anything that were to happen on this site or any site, we want to make sure that we're only including conditions that are enforceable either by zoning or by our code compliance officers. There are a number of items in general that get proposed to you, which are good ideas and things that are nice and beneficial to the town, but are not appropriate in either of those categories. Staff has had discussion with the town attorney about the possibility in some situations of creating an additional agreement with the town where the developer or the property owner would make an agreement with the town, but that would be specific to that property owner. It would not run with the land. As this is a rezoning, it runs with the land. So if you're making an agreement, say, for them to conduct a certain policy, right? They're agreeing to recycle, let's say. I don't know if they're required to recycle or not, but just as an example, that would not be something that we would put in the zoning regulations, as it wouldn't be appropriate there. But if they're going to provide enhanced recycling or something like that, that's a nice idea, but that would have to go in some kind of separate agreement document. So just something to keep in mind when you're thinking about public benefits and conditions and what we can actually put into the ordinance.
Thank you, Judith. Jim, anything for Judith right now?
No.
How about you, John?
Would a water taxi ferry fit into that category?
So I would put that in that category. Unless they tell you that that's something they are going to build and have in place when they're either coming for their development order or for their building permit, because that's the teeth that we have. So we create that ordinance, we have the conditions, we have the master concept plan, which their master concept plan does show that water taxi. But when they come in for their permit, say they're not ready for the water taxi, maybe that's going to be a 5-year plan. I don't have any ability to hold up their project, which is really the teeth that the government has. We can, you know, they say they're going to do a 10-foot wide promenade, well, if they don't show that on their master concept plan, or on their site plan when they come in for the development order, then we reject it. They have to come back and show us where that's going to be. If they don't have that at that time, proof, then we would hold up their project. And I don't think that a water taxi, I mean, unless they tell you they're gonna do that, and they want that requirement in there, I would not put that in the ordinance. And I would, I'm looking
So-
to Nancy to verify that, but if that's, say that's their 5-year plan.
Right.
They have an intent to do it, it's a 5-year plan, maybe they have to get capital, or they have to get other people involved, or whatever the case may be. That would be something that would go, I would think, in a separate agreement. It's,
So the terminal itself would be appropriate to be part of this. However, perhaps maybe it will, maybe it won't, but the service itself may be something that's contingent on other factors and therefore would not be appropriate.
Great. And the terminal's a good example. The terminal, like they're showing that on the master
Yeah.
concept plan. Say the Waterbury, doesn't happen, it doesn't materialize. If they were gonna use that for something else, they would probably have to come back.
Fair enough. That's great clarification. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Jim?
So help me with one more double click on the items you represented that aren't part of the master concept plan, but are represented as, let's say, public benefits in the overall scheme. And at least what I thought I heard is your representation says, well, that won't stay with the land. It could be a contingency on the approval by a separate document between the town and the owners, or the town and the operators. Is that what you said?
Yes.
Okay.
And we'd have to let the attorneys work out the details of what that agreement would look like. So if I could make a specific reference to something in their project, the don't rent a car
Yeah,
program.
direct.
Great idea, right? But it's not appropriate in zoning regulation. It doesn't have to
Understood.
do with the layout of the site. It also is not something that code compliance can go over and check. If we agree that your hours are 8 a.m. to 6 p.m., code compliance can go and check, are you operating?
Yeah,
or not
completely understand that. Let
Those
me
kind of
go back to
policy
Nancy
things.
then, because this is the first I think I've heard that staff or the town may be willing to construct a separate understanding agreement, semi-binding, to codify the public benefits represented during the presentations and on which we have relied for approvals. Let's use the pump out facility over at Pink Shell. I don't remember having a conversation before that we could actually document, itemize, and have at least go along with, not the land, go along with the approval, and therefore be more enforceable than a casual agreement representation by the owner of the applicant. Can you walk me through that for a minute?
That is correct. In fact, the attorney for Pink Shell has communicated with me, and she's beginning to work on that type of agreement. And that agreement could also be binding upon future successors.
So it would
That-
seem to me then that our protocol, at least we can debate this on whatever the chair wants to do later on, et cetera. Our protocol includes some sort of an additional document in our approval or contingency of approval that gets read in the record. It's enforceable by representation and documentation, maybe not by code and zoning, but the reliance upon which we made our decision, and therefore the expectation of that service being provided in perpetuity based upon the approval we made in that condition. Would all vaporize if ownership changed, the land got sold or something. So we can talk more about that, Madam Chair, if you want to, but it certainly seems like a foundational document we ought to pursue.
It does, and it's interesting because it is quantifying and memorializing this nefarious public benefit thing we've been trying to wrap our head around.
Yeah, I didn't realize we had this
It's
option.
very
but I like it.
interesting.
Okay,
The only challenge is that at this point in the process, we don't have all the details worked out. And you know how attorneys are with details.
But
So,
we're also not the last stop.
well, we're
well,
not.
that is
So-
correct, but there would be some type of condition included that would say that there would be a separate agreement to be executed,
Right.
maybe with some parameters in it. And then once that agreement is negotiated, approved and signed, then the planners at the development order stage can actually check that box that condition has been satisfied.
I think that's a wonderful enhancement to what
We've
I
been
didn't know
doing.
we could do. In addition to that, we can do a compare and contrast.
Mhm.
Patrick's going to tell us some today, and it's going to be many, many months, if not whatever, till we're down to the final deal. We can take that document and compare what the final deal looks like, and all the promises and agreements, representations that were made can be documented for good. And you have that signing or whatever the ceremony is to memorialize that, just like we were told and representatively when we gave our support or lack thereof to it.
Right.
That,
And you know, and sometimes when I mean, this is a rezoning. Sometimes in other communities, there is, I hate to use the word, a development agreement that sets forth a roadmap that says, so in order for this project to go forward, you need to get a rezoning, you need to get a comp plan amendment, you need to get an agreement that provides for certain things, you need to get an easement. It's kind of like a roadmap. But it can be done the way that we're proceeding as well. And, you know, things are evolving and, but I think where Judith is coming from is a standpoint where they want specificity when it's time for the
Completely
development
understand.
order.
Yeah.
They don't want to have any type of delay because of ambiguities or inconsistencies. So that is the point where we are now in trying to separate what can they check the box on and what has to be
this
something
pulls
different.
those two apart. I like it a lot. It's got the even number rationale around it. Promises made, equal promises kept. And we have it memorialized both for your enforcement and in the representation that what's in it for the town. I think it's a consumable document by the public too.
Right.
Doug, did you have something to add to that?
Just to support, I think Jim's idea is
Yeah.
excellent.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other questions for Judith at the moment? Thank you very much, Judith. Appreciate your hard work. Okay, Mr. Vaness or Ms. Strayhorn.
Good afternoon, Madam
Okay.
Chair, Board.
Were you
Again-
following that combo?
Sorry?
Did you understand
Yes,
Okay.
yes, I understand. And for the record, Megan Strayhorn, attorney for the applicant. We are in the process of reviewing the conditions as well.
Mhm.
I have had small conversations with the town attorney about this. We're aware that we need to kind of work through it, identify those public benefits, which we need to
Lower
have
her
a
mic a
separate
little.
notified.
Just pull the mic down just a
Oh.
little bit.
Thank you for pointing that out to me. So we will be working with staff, absolutely, to
Excellent.
work on that.
Okay.
Without further ado, so again, my name is Megan Strayhorn here on behalf of the applicant. We have two requests before you today. We're beginning with the commercial planned development rezoning. First, I'll introduce the team. We have the property owner, the Freeland FL Holdings LLC. We have Mr. Ben as well as Mr. Thomas Freeland here present. We have myself as legal counsel. For our expert planners, we have Patrick Vaness and Ken Gallagher. And for transportation, we have TR Transportation, Ted Treesh, who I do not believe is present here today. The applications, as I had previously mentioned, we have two applications before you both. And I want to talk about this very briefly. I think the town attorney did a great job of explaining the differences. So we have the comprehensive plan amendment. Right now, we are discussing the commercial planned development rezoning. So the analysis and the basis standard of review for that commercial plan development is going to be a little bit different. We're asking you to assume that all 10 of these parcels are commercial, pedestrian commercial in the future land use. Now, by way of background, regarding specifically the comprehensive plan amendment, this project was started and came before you guys almost a year ago to the date. So back in April of 2024, there was a recommendation of denial. The project was put on hold. We continued it. The developers, the owners heard your all's concerns, criticisms, thoughts. One of the big ticking items was, how are we supposed to approve a comprehensive plan amendment if we don't know what you're going to do with the property? We've heard that concern, and now we bring both of them back to you again today so that you can look at both the comprehensive plan amendment as well as this commercial planned development. As far as the hearing process is concerned, we are going to be addressing the commercial plan development in its entirety, and we'll be asking for that motion to be subject to or contingent on the comprehensive plan amendment, which will be the second agenda item before you all today. The basis of review, I will keep this simple as Madam Attorney has done an excellent job for the commercial plan development, which we are involved in right now. This is quasi judicial. It is a different level than what is on review for the commercial plan, for the comprehensive plan amendment. I wonder how many times I'm going to mix those two words up here today.
It's a mouthful.
And for either application, everything we are presenting are competent and substantial evidence to support our requests here today. We do ask that the presentation, which is being presented to you today, be part of the evidentiary record. We ask that all the public comment that has been received be part of the evidentiary record, as well as we have an additional. I want to ask for this to be entered into evidentiary record both for the comprehensive plan as well as the commercial plan development, which is the this is prepared from last year regarding public input and support. Do I turn it to clerk or staff? Here we go. Thank you all. As well as the public notices that have been provided in both the mailers and the advertisement. So this request is the commercial plan development request. We are requesting to amend the zoning for all 10 parcels that will become part of this commercial plan development. I'm going to turn it over to continue.
Thank you very much.
Can I ask Megan, do you want the LPA to take a look at what you just wanted?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, so I will pass it around during.
My apologies. I think
Just make sure it makes its way back.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Patrick Vaness. I'm a certified planner with the neighborhood company. I believe last time I was here in front of you guys for the Neptune, I told you that typically that's where I say I'm excited to be talking about this project today. And I think what I told you then was that I was tired, very tired. I think a lot of people felt the same way. That was on the heels of Helene and Milton. And I think we had all taken a beating. So today I feel very differently. I'm not tired. I feel pretty energetic, but I'm anxious. And I've got a lot of anxiety because I fully appreciate and understand the importance of this hearing, but also this project. And understanding how important it is, I take this meeting very seriously. So I hope that we will convince you that this is a great project. But I truly believe in my heart that this is the most significant project before you post-Hurricane Ian, and that this project is the catalyst to cement the recovery, the redevelopment, and the revitalization of our downtown, of our local businesses, and our island. Also, what I want to tell you is that unlike some of the stuff that you may have read on social media, I'm not here to pitch you a project, okay? I want to spend some time with you and my team and myself and the applicants have spent a whole lot of time on this project. We looked at every aspect of design, every comment that was received, every aspect of compatibility, and we did everything we could to enhance and improve upon that. So again, I'm not here to pitch you a project and sell you on a project. I want to discuss it in detail. I want to walk you through it. I want you guys to ask me questions, and I want to explain why we made every single decision that we made. So with that said, bear with me today. It's going to be a long presentation. I've got a lot of slides. Again, I think the slides, like many hard things in life, you got to put the time into it. So we're going to put the time into it. Where I can make it brief, I'll try to skip over things, but you have a lot of slides there. And by all means, you guys tell me if you want to say, hey, time out, let's look at a certain detail and let's discuss it. But at least from a design standpoint, I'm going to take quite a bit of time to walk you through it and explain the decisions we make.
So you want us to ask you questions during this?
Yes, feel
Very
free to
Very
stop me and ask me some
Okay.
questions.
Thank you, Patrick.
And I've told the same thing to my team. If they feel that I haven't provided enough detail or missing something, to just interject and come on in and talk about that. You know, the other thing also in looking at those details, I want to explain to you that when we were brought in by the freelance, and we were very lucky to have a client that was willing to listen to us on our recommendations of how they could change this project and improve upon it. But also they were very willing to acknowledge the comments and the feedback they got from the community and improve on it. So the obvious one is we were told to scale it down, you know, so we're coming back to you from the original concept that was 3 hotels, 400 units. And we scaled that back to 260 lodging units and a project that has a lot less massing and provides a lot more setbacks and open space. So I'll walk you through that. Just know that we made a great effort here, and we put a lot of thought behind all of this. So with that said, quickly go through this. Staff did a great job summarizing the project. So it's 4.98 acres, 10 parcels, and a lot easier to go through it with a pretty picture. So this was pre-Hurricane Ian. As you can see, the Moss Marina property is the blue and green and white buildings located along the bayfront at the intersection of 3rd Street and Old San Carlos, adjacent to Snug Harbor and Marina Village. Just to quickly go through around the surrounding uses, we've got, like I said, to the east of us, we have Snug Harbor and Marina Village. Beyond that, we've got Old San Carlos. To the west of us, we have a canal and residential properties, single-family residential, and some vacation rentals also in that area. To the south of us, we have residential uses, some vacant lots, and some vacation rentals. And to the north is the Back Bay and the marina use. Just to give you an understanding of the properties included within the CPD. As you can tell, the larger lots are where the boat barns currently exist, and there was an additional boat barn along the waterfront. Some of the adjacent residential properties were owned already by the Freedom family, but they had the opportunity after the hurricane that there was some willing sellers, and their houses had been destroyed, and the Freeling family saw an opportunity to buy those properties and do what they believe would be a great project and something that would benefit the town. What's important to note with those single family properties as we go through our design is the majority of those properties, those are the ones that are subject to this comp plan amendment, and so is the marina, but I think an issue is converting residential to CPD zoning. But keep in mind that most of those lots are 30 or 40-foot lots, and the majority of those lots are being utilized to create a buffer and provide landscaping and provide green space and something interesting and beneficial to the community. So we're going to have a second presentation about the comp plan amendment, but just to give you an understanding so you have that context as we talk about the rezone. Up top on your screen, the blue area is what has a future land use category of marina, and to the south of that, we've got a mixed residential. A little portion of our property is also designated mixed residential, and some of the existing property is already in the PED commercial future land use district. The map on the bottom is that map change where the blue and the mixed residential would all become pedestrian commercial, and thus would allow the proposed CPD before you. So keep in mind, and I'll talk a little more about this when we get to the comp plan amendment, The rezone would be contingent upon the comp plan amendment. And also keep in mind that when you change the future land use category for this property, since these are coming in concurrently, it can't be that the future development can be anything allowed within pet commercial. Okay. The only thing that would be allowed is what's approved through the CPD. Could someone later on come in and amend that? Of course, they would have to go through this elaborate process and go through a public hearing. But keep in mind that the uses that can go onto this property would be limited to that CPD. Okay.
Patrick, can I stop you for a
Yep.
second? I don't understand what you want. What part of this do you want as part of the record? I mean,
I can touch upon that. So,
Okay.
so
It's
yeah,
just-
and
it's a
I
lot
saw
of-
your face kind of questioning
Like,
what
what-
that was. So, I think what's happened is that everything that came in since then has been forwarded to you as emails or letters
Sure.
from the clerk's office. This was prepared during the first round. As you all know, there was a very extensive program to do public outreach where they had public meetings, charrettes, one-on-one meetings. We don't want to belabor everything that was done. That summarizes everything in
But it was
one.
for a different project.
But no, it was for the same property, and we have revised the project.
Okay.
But there's been several years of discussion about what was going to go on that property, and it's just to have it in the record that there's been a great effort to have that public outreach.
Okay.
Okay, so just to give you a snapshot as to what I'm going to be discussing with you today, just the high level points we're going to touch upon. We are going to touch upon this idea of this project being a redevelopment catalyst. I think it's going to revitalize the downtown. It's going to create a real sense of place, and it's going to create an attraction for the downtown. And it's also going to define what we want, and it's going to be consistent with that vision of what we want for a downtown. It's going to have a positive commercial and economic impact. And also, I believe it's going to be a flagship project that's going to signal to everybody out there that Fort Myers Beach is back and thriving. We're going to talk about compatibility and design. So from a design standpoint, we've done everything we could to ensure that we are compatible with the adjacent properties. Again, we can't please everybody, but we really looked at all the comments that we received, and we looked at, while still providing a viable and attractive project, what we could do to enhance all those compatibility issues and address those concerns. We are also going to talk about the outstanding public benefits that are being provided. Just touching upon the conversation about potentially other further agreements. What you'll see when we get to the public benefits, we also have a detailed list of commitments. And what I encourage you to do, we don't have to go through every single one of them, but we've tried to draft the language in such a way where if there was an easement needed or a future agreement, we've identified that in the condition, saying that council should delegate authority to the town manager or town attorney to negotiate with us and develop an agreement.
Mhm.
So we've already put that in the conditions. Happy to look at that language if we need to rephrase things and wordsmith it, more than happy to do it. But we've already gone through that effort, and we had that discussion with staff, understanding that we may need further agreements. Then when it comes to the outstanding public benefits, I think you'll agree with me that what we are providing here is above and beyond what any other project has been able to provide before. And these benefits are also very proactive and creative. So I'll give you just two highlights. We all know we've got congestion and traffic concerns on this island. We've talked about an airport shuttle, and we've talked about a ferry for many, many years. You finally have an applicant that is willing to invest serious dollars and commit to those things. So that's what I mean by creative and proactive. And also these things represent significant public investments. So again, the ferry terminal that's been discussed, it wasn't just a commitment to be part of the ferry service. It was, who knows what's going to happen with that? It's a private entity, but we are committing to a brick and mortar multi-million-dollar investment to provide that terminal, to demonstrate that commitment. Not just say we'll be part of it, but demonstrate that we're putting money into it. And last but not least, I hope that I'm going to demonstrate to you that this is the right project in the right place. What I mean by that is it's right in our downtown. That is the place that we've identified in our comp plan, our future land use map, that's where we should locate our most intense uses. And I think from a traffic mitigation standpoint, it's the most appropriate place for a resort like this. It's right by the bridge. You've got on and off ramps that are easy to get in, on and off the bridge. So I don't think the traffic would exacerbate traffic going south, or potentially if it was further on the island, traffic going north. What it also does is it creates this critical mass in the downtown where you're starting to have everything you need for a visitor to park their car and not have to leave unless they want to. So there's some entertainment, there's dining, there's shopping, everything is walkable, and hopefully we get that capture and we don't have those extra trips. So again, we believe it's the right place, it's the right project, and when it comes to issues about potential concerns and impacts to neighbors, I hope I'll be able to convince you that we mitigated for those, and this is an appropriate project in this location. So before we go into walk you through the project, I want to read the core area vision or excerpts from that vision that is in the comp plan. That's on page 3 of 5 of the community design element. And the whole thing is about half a page, almost a page. And I encourage everybody to read it. Again, I'm pulling out what is most relevant to us, but there's also sections that talk about Times Square, Crescent Streets, and the side streets. But I think this is especially relevant. I want you to keep that in mind as you hear what we're proposing, and just kind of keep thinking, are we consistent with that vision? I think we hit it right on the head. So what it says is, on the bay side, tree shaded plazas surround the expanded, there you go. On the bay side, tree shaded plazas surround the expanded marina, which hosts vessels from excursion boats to water taxis to commercial fishing boats bringing fresh seafood to sell from scattered kiosks. The corner at 3rd Street has become a focal point midway between Times Square and the Bayside, with corner stores providing a variety of goods and services. Please keep that in mind as we go through this. Okay, so as you recall, there was an initial project proposed for this site. I think it's important to go back and look at what was being proposed and how we've made some changes to this, and in my mind, improved many aspects. But this was what was presented. Personally, I thought it was an attractive architecture, a little kind of Art Deco, kind of chic look to it. What I could tell you is I personally thought that there was a lot of massing, and I fully appreciate people saying that we have to reduce the scale. And if you look at this, one of the things that you see is the 2 buildings that are closest to the Marina Village, while they're 2 separate buildings, they really, there's not much spacing. They create this one large mass. So we set to work on addressing that and addressing the overall reduction in number of units and addressing the scale and the massing issue. So these were the elevations presented to the public. If you look at the top of this slide, this is a view from 3rd Street, essentially looking at the back of the resort. Again, on the right side, those 2 buildings, significant massing. Also, a very large component of that mass is a parking garage. To me, parking garage is a harsh environment, not the prettiest thing to look at. So again, that was one of the components that we really wanted to address and come up with an alternative. Then if you look at the bottom elevation, this is looking from the bay, looking at the resort. Some really nice things that we like is the public promenade, the arches, again, honoring the history of Fort Myers Beach and incorporating that into the design. One important thing to note, and we'll talk about this as we look at the promenade that we're proposing, that promenade that they had, that public plaza space, was on 2 levels. So you had the level closest to the water at grade, and you had a secondary level up top. And for several reasons, and I'll go into this, we decided to make it just 1 level promenade, focus our energies and do what I think is a great job on 1 level, not confuse things. So these are elevations from on the top. You're looking from what would be Old San Carlos, let's say, looking at the side of the resort. Again, one of the prominent features is that parking garage, and I think it kind of overwhelms the entrance to the hotel. So that was one of the things that we wanted to address. Bottom rendering would be a view from the canal on the western side, looking east, and that was the building you see that's kind of clear is that building closest to the canal, and what's shaded is what you would see the buildings that are further away. You would see those, but they'd be pushed away. So also as part of all those charrettes and what was provided to the public, there was numerous renderings. Those 2 renderings that you see right there is what our team liked the most. We thought was very attractive, and that was really what inspired us in our design, what we wanted to emulate. Obviously, these are the smaller scale elements of the resort. You can't necessarily do kind of a Key West style on a larger hotel, but we wanted to borrow all those architectural elements. So what you see on the top left is what was proposed as the Arches Cafe at the corner of 3rd Street and Old San Carlos. Really like that concept, like the idea of having a restaurant and bringing the uses right up to the street and kind of activating that public realm. And then the other one was the chapel that was being proposed in the middle of the project. Love the architecture of that one, and something that we wanted to carry forward. So that inspired us, and that helped us in our overall design. So one of the things that I will ask you to do as I walk you through this is keep this key plan close to you, and I'll refer back to you to kind of let you know when we're looking at various renderings where we are in the world. So what you can see here on this illustrated plan is our property starts right there at the corner of 3rd Street and Old San Carlos. That's where we identified Building A. That will be a combination of a bodega, restaurant with outdoor seating, and an open air market. And that would be a market with arts and crafts, also with food products, and those would be various kiosks and vendors. So as you move from east to west, we have created a new street. It's going to be a new private street dedicated to this resort called Arches Way. That street is very important for multiple reasons, and we'll go through that. But this will bring you to the resort. Buildings B and C will be the largest components of that resort, and where we want to focus the activity. We've got building D, which is towards the western side of the midpoint, and then we have building E. One of the things that we're going to discuss is we broke down the massing to create more of a village feel and create view corridors and to really reduce that massing. what we've also done is we were very considerate of the creating a gradient in activity, meaning that buildings and uses that are closest to Old San Carlos are the most active, more intense uses. And as you get closer to the canal, the uses become less active, a little more passive, and the buildings go from bigger to smaller, from taller to shorter as you go from east to west. And some of the things that we'll talk about is the obviously the public promenade, Bayfront Promenade, providing access to the waterfront to everybody, to the public, and also this linear park and memorial garden that we are using also as a buffer and separation from our neighbors. And if you go back to that boundary that I showed you in purple, if you recall the smaller lots that were purchased, if you compare that to what we have here, most of those are used for garden and for landscaping. So here's a look at the reimagined Arches Resort. So this shot is from the bay, looking south. As you can tell, we've broken down that massing. We brought in architectural elements such as cupolas, metal roofs, corbels to bring in that coastal feel. What you see on the left corner of your screen is that ferry terminal. The inspiration for that ferry terminal was a ship's lantern. Again, nautical feel, coastal feel. That's what we were going with that design. This is a slightly different angle. Also keep in mind that we are looking at this standing right by the docks, the slips. People have asked if we are going to maintain that marina use. Of course, we are going to maintain that marina use, and we are asking to expand it, going from 55 slips to 75 slips. Another view here of the overall project before I get into the more localized and finer details. What I really want to highlight with this one is that public promenade. And as you can see from there, it's undulating, it varies in width. And what we've done is, and this is a benefit to my business partner, Ken Galander. Ken was community development for Destin for years. And they have a very successful Harbor Walk project over there. And it's very popular, but it is on 2 levels. And what Ken was aware of is the shops on the upper level always struggle. Where people want to be is they want to be directly by the water. That's where the fun, that's where the activity is, and that's where the merchants also want to be. So the idea was to reinvent that promenade, not have it on 2 levels, have it purely on 1 level, make it a little wider, make it interesting, make it attractive, and do a great job at it. And then create a separation with the hotel uses. And another reason for that, there are pragmatic and practical reasons for that. For a hotel operator and for a hotel to be successful, it's a lot easier to be able to separate kind of the general public uses and the guest experience. And you do a better job at the guest experience, and you do a better job at that public realm experience. And just another thing to keep in mind, because that question came up when we were meeting with each of you individually, is does that mean that the guest portions will be completely closed off to the public? No, it won't. Bars and restaurants at the hotel will be open to residents and the public. It just won't be that general plaza for the general public. There are going to be there's going to be dining and entertainment activities along that promenade too. So there will be options. Obviously, this is a higher end hotel. I think if you go to the restaurant in the hotel, it's going to be fine dining. It's going to be different type of restaurant that might be at the promenade.
So I see you've got the pier rebuilt. What year is this picture?
No, no.
Just want to get you on the record.
The picture is actually a picture post hurricane. So as you can see, it looks pretty great. Not a whole lot of landscaping. So, that's what we're dealing with. It's we got some work to do, you know. Okay, so now I'm going to start walking you through the project. So we're going to start at the corner of 3rd Street and Old St. Carlos. So this is what we have designed as a coastal Key West style bodega on the first floor, on the very corner. The building well, it's all one building, but the component of the building that is blue. As you can see, we've kept the arches theme going with the windows and then the arches when you get to the market in the back. So the blue component, you got a true bodega. And the idea behind the bodega is if someone's visiting here, they don't have to leave unless they want to. There's going to be a mini grocery, might be a sandwich shop in there. There's going to be stuff they need to go to the beach. It might be some pharmaceutical products. So what you think of as a true bodega in bigger cities.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Just to orient, so where Jim is the Smoke and Oyster, that's John
Yes.
Richard's parking lot, and that's, okay.
Correct. Right on. Then as you move down the building, the area that's more of a yellowish color, that would be the entrance to the restaurant. Again, we change the color to make it clear. You've got a bodega, you've got a restaurant, you go upstairs. Some of the architectural elements like the awnings are consistent with the overall theme. And you've got these same awnings on the bigger resort building. You've got nice porches outside for people watching and to enjoy kind of that lively street that we've envisioned and we've wanted to create since the inception of this town. And also that restaurant has outdoor dining on top of that open air market. And my next slide shows the market in a little more detail. So previously what they had is they had the cafe on the corner. We love that cafe. But in back of the cafe where we've got the market, they had a parking lot, that great parking lot. We thought that wasn't very attractive, and it wasn't the best window to draw people to your resort. So we thought of what could we put there that would be create a sense of space of place, would be complementary to the entire area, and something that basically is providing a public benefit on top of being complementary and consistent with the overall theme, but something that really works. And that goes back to the vision of these kiosks that you might have a fish vendor in there. But that was the idea behind the market. Again, open air, that would create opportunities for local residents, local vendors to have their businesses there and have their kiosks there. A few other things to highlight with this rendering. As you can see, we've got golf carts. We know that we'd have to work with the town. This isn't a public right of way, but if we are going to make those improvements, we'd be happy to make those improvements to provide golf cart parking. We want to encourage alternative modes. They're gaining in popularity. Let's find some parking for them. Also, towards the back of the market, that's where we want to have a dedicated transit stop and a dedicated pickup and drop off for ride hailing services. That's an Uber or a Lyft. We think there's a few reasons for that. You kind of take it off the main stretch and you avoid having cars parked in the roadway and creating congestion. It's a dedicated spot. It's also very easy for anybody to understand. If you're an Uber driver or Lyft driver, pick me up at the downtown terminal and they know exactly where to go. And I think also what it does is it creates a safe environment. So you've got people that might come here and go out and stay out late at night. And this is going to be a dedicated spot for that. And we think it creates a safer environment for people to be dropped off and picked up.
I have a question.
Yes.
Just because the limited parking that's going to be on the street and the limited public parking that's going to be in the
You have to speak in
oh,
the.
in the parking area, will there be valet for the restaurant for those people who do drive?
That's one thing we can consider. The option of valet at the resort is definitely going to be there. So I don't think we've thought through all the logistics, but the idea is if someone goes to the resort, there's going to be a nice porte cochere where if you want valet, it'll be there. So I guess if you went to the restaurant and you also wanted your car valet, again, we'll talk about parking, but anything that is supplemental and overflow parking would definitely be open to the public.
Okay, on your list of benefits,
Mhm.
you had said you were gonna have water taxi and airport transportation, but the airport transportation isn't on that list.
On what list?
That list of improvements or benefits
In your
It's
packet
right
or in
above
the
you, yeah.
presentation?
in the packet.
In the packet? If it's not in there, that was an oversight. It's in my presentation
Okay.
and it's definitely a commitment.
Okay. I'm writing it down.
Yeah, you'll see, we've gotten the commitments. It's in the commitments and the Freeland family is actually gonna, have a van and run that van and they're gonna be in charge of it. And hopefully it's very successful and very popular and other hotels decide to jump in. And eventually if there's a big enough critical mass, I'm thinking this could be a third party company that
Right.
runs numerous buses at any given time
Right.
during the day.
Patrick, I want to touch on the Uber taxi,
Yep.
The pickup zone, the
Mhm.
pickup spot. I started to say this to you all when you were giving me this presentation. I thought it wasn't the moment. In concept, I love the idea, but I'm concerned that you're bringing that pickup spot into that neighborhood.
Okay.
So, I mean, the homes begin right there. I'm just wondering if there wouldn't be another opportunity for that same concept someplace else. I mean, ideally, the other side of the SOB would be a great spot I mean, the idea is fantastic. I have a concern about that
Okay.
location for that.
We'll
I'd
make
just
an,
like you to think
yeah,
about that.
we'll make a note. There might be another spot. I think we want to look into it. The reason we chose that spot is we are creating that new archway.
Yeah, because you've
And-
got, yes, I
and,
get
and
it.
it made sense from there's plenty of queuing for our visitors. There's plenty of opportunity for people to park and pull aside. That's why we did it. I was thinking more like an engineer of how do you make it work?
Yeah.
Good point. We can certainly look at that.
Just think about it.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, we're talking about
Yep.
parking and vehicles. How did you arrive at a 50% reduction in the required parking versus, and Judith testified that it's
Yeah.
2/3 elsewhere in the downtown area. So that gives you more relief, which I think conversely adversely affects the number of public spots that you're
I understood. Yeah. If I may, can we hold that one? Let me go through the presentation. I've got
sure.
slides. I've got slides to address that.
He's got
And,
slides.
and I'm more than happy to go into it.
Coming in.
He's got
Yeah.
Got this.
That doesn't have a suggested motion yet, but that's.
You guys saw me. I came prepared with my
I know, you got
snacks.
your lunch and
I
everything.
even brought some
All right.
Tums. If the agita
Yeah,
starts
I
coming
already
out,
took
acting
some.
up. Okay. So
You're all right, Patrick.
again, when we were talking about creating a nice sense of arrival, I didn't want people to see parking garage first thing when they got to the hotel. I think this is more of a classic look for a Florida hotel. It's got that great sense of arrival. You've got the porte cochere. People can swing in, drop someone off, pick someone up, or just turn the car over to the valet. There's going to be self-parking. There's going to be valet both. The areas with the striped awnings, those are entrances to the parking. All the parking will be under the building. So what we've done is we went from one big massive parking garage to having parking under each building. Yes.
Yes.
And the other one to the right, and there's another entrance right next to that. and that would be the service entrance. So that would be everything that's back of the house for the hotel, deliveries, service, all that stuff. We tried to separate that, and we are trying to direct all our traffic to the front of the resort and to minimize. And we know some people will put up signs saying no through traffic, local traffic only, whatever. We know people will go there, but we've done everything we can where all our access, all our traffic, gas, service, back of the house, everything should be done from this area, and there's connection throughout internally to the resort.
So
And I've got
question.
exhibits for that.
Okay, one question on that. I just wanted to clarify. Trying to speak in here. Guest experiences down Arches Way.
Yep.
And around.
Yes.
All back of the house, deliveries, et cetera, are coming through this street. Is that correct?
That's where we have identified as the priority.
It's not really a street.
It's
an
an easement.
Easement. Yeah.
Right now, as you guys know, it's mostly a parking lot. We would love the opportunity in the future to work with the folks at Marina Village and Wahoo Willie folks to make that a little more attractive and to create a safer pedestrian environment. Right now, we don't want to encourage people to go there,
Right.
Because it's a parking lot. We really want to encourage them to go down 3rd Street and up Arches Way. But if we have the opportunity to work with them to improve that and make it a better and safer access, we definitely want to do that.
And if you did, then
Yeah.
ideally would everything route there?
No, I still think the Arches Way is where we want to funnel people.
Okay.
Okay, so another thing to point out, again, we've replaced the parking garage with resort uses. As you can see, that's our tallest building. That's going to be 7 stories. Next door at Marina Village, they're at 6 stories. Albeit we fully understand that we're taller. We are building with very different code requirements and at very different times. We're talking about an older building where, standard floors weren't as tall and your base flood elevation wasn't the same as it is today. But we're 1 more story at the tallest part. We've stepped down the wing, which is closest to the residential, by 2 stories. There is a nice sunset deck on there with a small bar. Again, this is not a party bar. We see this as an upscale resort where it's more of a sunset, nice cocktail, jazz music kind of a place.
Is there service there?
There would be service. The COP, we'll talk about the COP, and COP would apply to that area. So moving on, this is taking you down the linear park and the Memorial Garden. So that's where I want to talk to you about our design choices, what we did. So we knew that we had to create more separation, more buffering, more landscaping, and create a nicer interface with our neighbors. So we set forward to do that. But at the same time, we were looking at using a lot of valuable space. And we said, what can we do that would be a public benefit to everybody, would be attractive, would provide some element of place that we don't currently have in our downtown. I think as you guys may know, I spent a few years in Key West before I moved to Fort Myers Beach. There's a memorial garden right close to Malley Square. And, that was kind of the inspiration. You make this passive, nice shade, places to sit and rest. We all know that when it's 90-some degrees in the summertime, you might want to take a little water break. So that was the idea. Keep it passive, but also commemorate the great disaster we had in our community and kind of commemorate the efforts to rebuild and also honor our history. And I think that'd be a great place to have little plaques and bus and really play that up. And if someone's visiting, I think that's always fascinating when I go somewhere where I can get a little piece of history and not just there to go have fun, but I learned something at the same time. So that's really the intent behind it. We are creating that buffering, that separation, nice lush landscaping, but also making it interesting and creating a public benefit.
Pat,
Yeah.
going back to the previous slide on building B.
Yeah.
That's a 7-story building over parking. How
It's
many
total
levels,
7 stories.
how
So
many levels of parking are there?
we've got this building here, we've got 3 levels of parking with 4 levels of lobby and lodging above. And I've got,
And what's the height then? If you have 3 levels of parking and 4 levels of room?
our zone height from base flood elevation to the top. Let me make sure I get this right. It's either 80 or 81 feet. 81. Yeah, it's 81 feet. And then what we call the actual height. And again, we want to be 100% transparent. So every application that we bring before you guys, we always tell you base flood elevation, what is considered zone height, and we tell you from grade to the tippy top. And I'm borrowing that term from an attorney down in Collier County, but tippy top is 102 feet. Okay. And go back to some of the height, so we've got one more story than Marina Village. The building methods and the codes we have to meet are very different. But also, I'd like you guys to appreciate the fact that we wanted to put decorative architectural roofs, slanted roofs. We wanted to have metal roofs. We wanted to have cupolas. We wanted to have certain design elements. I fully understand why people do flat roofs when you're stuck having to meet a rigid height requirement. But I think a slanted roof and an architectural roof is way more attractive.
How many rooms are in building B?
Oh, Ken, do we have the numbers? Ken can pull that up. I don't have that readily available to me.
Okay.
But so one of the things to explain, we've got the various floor plans, and I can go through them. I've got those at the end. So when architects, and we've got architects that we typically use for a lot of our projects, and we work closely with them. And the reason we like working with them is that when we come up with those pretty pictures, they let us give quite a bit of input as to how things are going to look. But okay. So what they do is they look at a building structurally and they create these bays. Okay. And depending who's going to be operating and doing the finishes on that resort at the interior, they may decide to do suites and combine 2 bays and or keep them as smaller rooms. So there's going to be a combination of suites and smaller rooms. So what we have right now is an estimate of what would be in each building, subject to change. Okay. So buildings B and C, there'd be 173 lodging units in there. Building D, there would be 61. And building B, there would be 25, 29.
Building what? Was the last
E.
one?
E.
Oh,
Yeah.
It'll be 25.
It's the one bordering the canal.
Thanks.
And I will show you some pretty pictures illustrating that in a minute. Okay, so this now brings us to the promenade and the uses along there. Again, going back to the inspiration for the terminal is a ship's lantern. That's the building that it's an accessory use to the resort and to the marina. It's the one closest to the water with the smallest setback. The intent to put it close to the water and that seawall is you're close to the ferry and close to the water taxi. So in there, what we envision is a ticketing booth, some offices for the marina and kind of marine type of uses, and a little cafe sandwich shop where people can get a drink and get a sandwich while they're waiting for the water taxi or the ferry. And then as you move west, what you guys are seeing there is the promenade kind of widens, and you've got a restaurant, and you've got some outdoor seating. Above that at the mid-level, that is for the hotel guests. And what it is an observation deck where people can go sun themselves. And it's a little separate from the main deck, which is right above that. And again, someone that wants a little quieter spot rather than being right by the pool, they've got that mid-level. Up above is where most of the activity is between buildings B and C. You've got the pool, you've got the pool deck area, you've got a bar that you see on the left of the screen, and also overlooking the pool area would be the restaurant on the interior. So the most active places for this resort, the activity is really concentrated amongst those two buildings around that deck area. As you go along the promenade, what you'll see is the uses kind of decrease in intensity. And the idea is we really want we want to open up the waterfront to everybody, but we also want to concentrate the amount of people in this area. And as we go further along towards the canal, there's fewer people. So this is just a close-up of what that terminal could look like, outdoor seating, nice place to wait for your water taxi or ferry. This is when you get to building D. So a few things to point out. The promenade is much wider. The uses we envision. So what you see on the left of the screen would be that view corridor that would be between building A and B and building D. That's the widest one. There'd be a little green space there. There'd be a splash pad for the kids. And that's where we envision maybe alongside that area where perfect space for an ice cream shop, really catered to families. What we see here is at grade, the building that we see, the commercial uses over there would be ancillary to the marina use. That's where you would have your ship store. That's where you would have a boater's lounge. Again, boater's lounge, you have to be a member, you have to be at the marina, fewer people, less pedestrian traffic. So again, we're trying to create that gradient in commercial use. Also, what we want to highlight is two great architectural features that we kept that chapel, and we created that clock tower. Again, clock tower, the architecture is very coastal, but also complementary to Times Square. We kept that in mind. And if you're in the water, that's kind of your beacon that you see from far away. And that's where, if you're dropping off family and friends to go hang out at this resort, you aim for that clock tower. So I'll show you that upper deck area for there. So obviously the chapel is not necessarily for religious gatherings. The idea would be it's an event chapel. We think it'd be a great place for a wedding, but it can also host other activities. That building, that kind of a tannish color, at the deck level, that's where you would have banquet hall kind of facilities that would be complementary to that. The one thing, if you go back to your key map that I want you to look at, is the configuration, the design of building D. So building D is an L, and the outdoor deck area is nested within that L. That was completely intentional. The idea is we want that building to buffer the residential behind. So all that activity is nestled in the middle. The other things we want to point out is, if you see the chapel is angled, if you guys know that property, that's where the back bay starts widening and we get some of the best views.
Yeah.
We want that chapel to look right at those views. So this is going west, and that's our last building. That's building E on the promenade. What I want you to notice is that's our smallest building. What's important to note also is that building E will be a condo hotel building. Okay. And the reason for the condo hotel is, again, it's going to be more of a private building within the resort. That building and the pool and deck area associated with that building is going to be only for the guests of building E. So again, we're not inviting everybody from the resort and providing them access to that pool. It's only the people within that building. Another important thing to note is there is no commercial at grade over there. So again, we're not putting commercial there and attracting more people. We want this to be the quieter part of the promenade. The previous concept brought the promenade and wrapped it all the way around down the canal. We've eliminated that. We heard the concerns from the neighbors. We've got 40 feet of, it's a pool, but it's creating that separation. We're landscaping it, and we are not putting a public promenade. We don't want the public there. Again, relegated simply to the guests of building.
And in the narrative, you state that that would be consumption on premises, but it would be strictly for the guests of
Yeah.
E as well. That
Yeah.
there wouldn't be any entertainment there. It would
No.
be strictly ambient music or.
And I'll paint the picture right now. So the picture is we've asked for consumption on premises. This is a higher end hotel. And if one of the hotel guests that is paying a pretty penny to visit us wants to have a drink by the pool, we think they should have the ability to do so. Is this going to be a party scene? Of course not. And we don't even envision necessarily a bar there day in, day out. It'd probably be more of a happy hour rollout cart or in the lobby. And I've been to hotels like this where resorts where I was at a resort where the resort component where I was in and I rented it, but it was the condo hotel part. And just for our building, we had some fridges downstairs with snacks and with some drinks, and we took our drinks and we went to the pool. And that was the quiet pool. And then you had the resort pool, which was a lot more active. So
Thank you.
So that's the concept there. We just think it makes sense.
Question on this building in particular, you say it's going to be a condo hotel. Is this going to be owned by the resort or individual owners?
The idea is it might be both. They might keep some of the units as the resort owners, and they might sell some. And the condo hotel limitations of no more than 2 months a year would apply, and it would be run as a hotel. So it could be sold as a condo, but the use is a hotel use.
And is this still nightly change outs?
Yes, people could rent them nightly, but we also envision that that's probably the place where if you're going to want to do a longer stay, that would be the spot.
But not a timeshare type of situation.
No, not a timeshare.
Patrick, can you talk while we're on this slide, this area about Harbor Street and Bonita Street, Harbor Court, I mean?
Yeah.
What happens to those roads as they come into your development?
Yeah.
Or you're gonna get to that later?
Yeah, we're gonna get to that.
Okay, good.
So just a bit of a close-up of that 40 feet that I said along the canal, and again, creating a little quiet sanctuary for the folks in that building. Okay, so we could talk about the streets with this one.
Yeah.
So this is a view from 3rd Street. A few things to highlight. Again, the gradient that we did, the breaking up of the massing, the view corridors and the view sheds, and also that we've really widened the buffer and the separation. So one of the things that we heard is the folks along Bonita and Harbor want to try to avoid and prevent as much local traffic as possible. We get that. We understand that. One of the things that we considered was, do we put gates there? Okay. Because we don't need people to access the resort over there. They can access through the resort. So putting gates brings about 2 concerns. First is invariably someone's going to go want to look at that neighborhood and drive around. If we put a gate there, then someone's going to be backing up into someone's private driveway. We didn't think that was great. So that's why what we have is, as you come in, there's like a little square, little plaza where you can turn around at each of those. Yes. Yeah. And we've got some better depictions of that. The other thing is, from a fire and emergency rescue standpoint. We need to provide access to that part of the resort. Also, we need to allow a fire truck to turn around.
Yeah.
So what we've done is the linear park that is between Harbor and Bonita. We have a substantial pathway, but we've got clear zone with stabilized subgrade. So if needed, the fire truck can cut through and turn around. So those are the reason we didn't gate it. If we can certainly consider gating. I think we just have to talk about the practicality of, you might have people backing up in your driveway. Also, it's done elsewhere where our fire guys have access with a code and they can go through the gate. And that's done everywhere throughout Southwest Florida. So definitely something that we can discuss with the neighbors. We'd be happy to consider, but from practical reasons, that's why we did it.
Beth, are you gonna go back? You have more slides about the marina, or should I ask Marina a question now?
Go ahead, hit me with the
Okay.
marina question.
Hey,
Hmm.
Marinas, I think in our comp plan, they deal with boat slips and the water taxi and pump out station, which you have in your public benefit.
Yeah.
But currently, there's boat sales there and boat repairs. Are both of those going away then?
Yeah, the idea is to have a recreational marina. The marina use is going to be expanded. It's going to be opened up to the public. Right now, it's a private marina. We're going to provide access for way more people to the waterfront than before. The recreational component is going to stay. We intend on having gas service. Pump out is going to remain. We also intend on expanding some of the services and uses there. We want to have dedicated
Does
spots.
that like include boat rentals and,
Yeah,
okay,
slips for other vendors or charters. So potentially boat rentals, potentially fishing charter boats, dolphin excursions, all that stuff. So again, bring people to waterfront, let them experience our lovely waters and provide 4 slips just for that. We are also going to do day docking. So you're visiting, you want to go there for the day. Of course, it's going to be limited, but if you're one of the ones that gets there early, you can get a day dock. We're also going to have a dedicated spot where if you're a resident and you've got family in town and you want to drop them off, pick them up, there's going to be a place for a drop off and pick up at the marina. And also we're going to have what we call a non-motorized vessel parking. So if you live close by and you've got a kayak or a paddle board and you want to go eat or hang out at the promenade, you can paddle over. We're going to have a rack and you can park your kayak or your paddle board. So from our standpoint, we get rid of what we consider an industrial component of the marina, which is kind of the repair, the stacking, all that stuff. And what we keep the recreational component and enhance that component.
now, does the town get any portion of the boat sales from a tax standpoint?
Well, ultimately, yes, any
And
business.
so there will be some reduction in town revenues by not selling boats.
Well, I sure hope the
No, I
resort
understand. I
as
just-
a whole
The answer
more
is-
than overcomes that.
But there is an effect.
Well, I think it's a net positive.
Well,
I can clarify, sales tax doesn't go back to the.
But
Goes to the
that's
state.
true. Sales tax.
on
doesn't-
boats, there's no
Both
excise
both
tax
sides come
coming
to
Ben,
the-
Ben, you have to talk at the
Oh,
microphone,
okay.
but he's right. That doesn't be like,
Oh,
hi, Ben.
Ben Freeland, boat sales tax goes to the state of Florida, not back to the town.
But the state doesn't share any of it with the
Back to
town.
the counties and then how they distribute it. So it's definitely an indirect path.
A penny here and a penny there.
Thank you.
But I have a slide for economic impact also. So I've got a slide for that. We can talk about that, but
So before you go on, Jim, are you done with?
I'm done.
Okay, well, just to follow up on this, because we talked about this during our one-on-one meeting, and then thank you for listening to this. Remember, I brought up a couple meetings ago that where's the place we can drop off family and friends
Yes, you do.
with our boats when we're here and then whatever happens to be, that you don't have to pretend you're going up and buying, drinking, and run away real quick. And we talked about that during the presentations. And I just want to emphasize that the development of this includes a receptive, friendly place where you can be a private boater, come up and drop people off, get them onto the walkways, whether it's Times Square here, and pick them back up. And it's not only available, it's welcome.
Yeah.
It's part of the design. And I think it's a unique feature that I hope duplicates itself down the coast a bit so that we have several options like that. But good start on that. I appreciate you listening.
And look, we've approached this completely from a win-win standpoint. And we're going to talk that when we talk about benefits.
Sure.
Yes, the landowner and the developer has to win, but the town also wins. So the idea is, and we'll talk about what that test is of what a public benefit is, but we kept that in mind throughout the entire design, is creating a win-win for the town and obviously for the developer. So we were asked to come up with two more renderings, and we did so. And Anita, thank you. And I think they came out great. You were asking us to show what it would look like at grade from one of the side streets. And this is a shot from Harbor. And of our view corridors or our view sheds, that's the smaller of the two that are midpoint. And again, it shows kind of the opening to the sky and the air, and providing that access for that neighborhood to walk right to the promenade, to the waterfront. The next one that we were asked to show is a shot from the bridge and what it looks like. So this is it. We see Marina Village right next to us, and in the background we've got the resort. Again, we're slightly taller. Those are our tallest buildings close to the Marina Village, but I think it's complementary. It's in keeping. I think it's a great asset, and frankly, I think it looks beautiful. So that kind of concludes the rendering portion. We're going to go into the exhibits that deal with specific compatibility issues. So this one is I just want you to look at this, and the top one kind of gives you a view from 3rd Street looking north. And what we really want to convey here is that we broke down the massing and created more area and space between the buildings. And again, I think a monolithic big mass building, the way you approach it as a human, it's what we call it. This is a little more human scale. The massing is not as imposing. And that was one of the key components in our design that we wanted to address. Also, it gives you kind of the height, and we've already discussed the height, but it illustrates it right on there. This is to talk about the vehicular access that we talked about. So a few things to point out on this is when you go on 3rd Street, right by where the bodega and market would be, we've intentionally angled the street there so we could provide the neighbor more buffering and landscaping. And that is on our property. So we are providing that buffering and that landscaping, and we're going to be putting that vegetation right there again to ensure compatibility. And we could have kept it straight, but that provided just that extra. So again, we're bringing everything up Arches Way, and this shows you that cars can drive into the parking garage area, and they can drive from building B, C, D, and E internally. No need to go onto the local streets. We're going to work with the town to have a sign right there. No through traffic, dead end, whatever we decide is appropriate as a town. But we are happy to install that. And what we are also pointing out on here is that we are providing that emergency turnaround area for fire rescue. This shows you the pedestrian network, but also it could be a bike network. So we've got different colorized arrows and lines. The yellow and red are really highlighting the access for the neighbors in that neighborhood. So they can just walk through the resort, get to the promenade. What we're showing in red is showing that the guests of the resort, they have access throughout the entire resort internally. There's no need for them to go on outside roads. They can access each building and go from building to building internally. And then what we show in green is that network that interconnects everything on the resort. And that is going to be available to the guests and to the general public. And you'll be able to walk throughout the entire property. Next slide is a public access plan. So the things I do want to highlight on here is obviously the areas in orange or public access. If you look at building E, closest to the canal, that is not orange. That is private and relegated simply to the folks that are in building E. Again, that was designed intentionally for compatibility's sake with the residential neighborhood across the canal. Also, I want you to notice the gates that we have for the linear park. The idea is after sunset, those gates would be closed. We don't want the public there past sunset. And again, that is in order to be a good neighbor to the residential to the south. These are the view sheds, the view corridors. Again, I think there's been discussion of what's a view shed, what's a view corridor. We fully acknowledge that between buildings B and building C, there's 3 stories of parking that connects those 2 buildings. We understand that. We understand that if you're standing right there, there's going to be an obstruction. But if you look up, there's a separation of the buildings. There's a lot of benefits from that, from a massing standpoint, air, light. So those are what we see as our view sheds, view corridors. Also, by reducing the number of units and going slightly taller on some of the buildings, we've been able to move the buildings a little more inside. They were pushed a lot further on the outside. So between us and the adjacent properties, there's more of a view there, and same thing by the canal. Jim, when you were asking about the heights, we can look at this a little more detail with this slide here. Let me catch up over here. So what you see is at the bottom of the slide, you see an elevation for buildings B and C. So you have in gray, you've got the parking underneath and the lodging component above. Also, you see the step down on the left side of the screen, where that's the part that is closest to the neighbors. So again, that was intentionally designed that way to create that step down. Building D, a smaller building than buildings B and C. And then you've got 2 levels of parking garage on there, 4 levels above. The height drops down by 1 story. And then when you get to building E, that's our smallest building. And it's also our shortest building with 1 level of parking, 4 levels of lodging. This, no need to go into great detail, but it just goes to show the exact dimensions of some of those areas. So if you look at bottom left, that's cross section BB, and you can see above where BB is. We're looking at a 50-foot separation, 50-foot buffer. You've got that linear park in there, memorial garden, but it's lushly landscaped and creating that separation. That's a significant increase to what was there before. And again, some of those lots that we are converting from residential lots to resort are being used for buffering, for landscaping, for greenery. Cross section AA, which is also on there, is a 40-foot width, and same thing, cross section by the canal is a 40-foot width. That's what we are depicting here. So if you move on to the next slide, this is the master concept plan. No need to look at all the details, but that's the regulating plan that would be in the ordinance. There's a lot of little details on there, but those are kind of all the details that I've walked you through that are in that regulating plan. Unless you've got questions, no need to really go through that. And then what I want to do is I want to give you a quick snapshot, the before and after of where we were when we first came to the LPA and where we are today. So we reduced the density. I hate using the term density for hotels, but that's what we have on Fort Myers Beach. So we were at 400, we're at 263 now, significant decrease. And the commercial retail, that is non-ancillary commercial, meaning that completely open to the public and dedicated, where the primary user is the public, we've decreased that. The floor area ratio previously was at 2.07. Right now, our concept shows 1.93. We were asking for 2.0. That extra, it provides us leeway. When you're designing a resort of this size, there will be changes when you go to architectural drawings and everything. And we need that leeway to be able to make some adjustments. The zone height, we pretty much had one monolithic height previously with a little variation, but I think what's important is, yes, we do go to our maximum of 7 stories, but what we do is we vary that height quite a bit, and we create that height gradient, which we believe is an improvement. Setbacks and buffering, we had a 20-foot minimum setback before, and planting area was 7.5 feet. Our minimum width is 30 feet with at least 10 feet of plantings, but that linear park is more of an average of 40 feet in the entirety, and in some areas it's up to 50 feet. Separation from the closest homes to us. Closest home was at 25 feet. We've increased that to 38 feet, and with most of the homes being at 55 feet or more from the building. The view corridors, we had 5 view corridors. In our minds, we have 5. We had 4. We have 5 now. I fully understand that people might have different opinions as to it, but we're breaking down that bigger building and providing that separation between the buildings. And we think there's a benefit to that, a design benefit. The massing, we had 5 wider buildings. We're doing much smaller and narrower buildings. Parking, we had 381 spots. We now have 336. If you guys support our deviation for a 50% reduction, that would give us 96 excess spaces. Technically, 91 of those are under building garages and 5 are on street. Talked about the view corridors, talked about the massing. I think those just got repeated when I did my
For
copy.
emphasis reasons.
When I did my copy and paste. That's just me.
They caught you.
Yeah, having technical difficulties. Pedestrian access. Before we had pedestrian access throughout. I think our pedestrian access is a little more strategic right now. And we are trying to guide people in certain directions and trying to reduce the amount of activity on the western side. So I think while you've got access throughout, I think it's a little more strategic. Vehicular access, again, we try to reduce all the access on the local streets. We talked about that. Density and intensity gradient, we talked about that. Architectural theme, we've talked about that. So with that said, I can start going into the regulatory aspects, which are not quite as fun. I'm going to try.
How would the 96 public spaces be managed or administered?
Okay. You know what I'll do? I'll skip straight to the that deviation and that parking issue.
Can we raise the temperature in here at all? Is that possible back there?
We'll get it.
So, so one of the reasons why staff is recommending denial is that they do not concur with us with our deviation numbering. We apply a 50% parking reduction. They say that what should apply to us is a 33% reduction. They, however, acknowledge that we have sufficient parking to meet our requirement.
So it's really splitting hairs.
So what it is I think they're saying that what we are presenting as a public benefit might be diminished, okay? And I think that's fair. That's completely fair. I don't think that should be grounds for denial because we meet the parking requirement. And if you guys want to discount that as a public benefit, by all means discount it. But let me explain to you our rationale, how we got there, okay? So if you look at the code section with regards to parking, and let me find it. Okay, this is the code section that says if you're downtown, you can get parking reductions. It says that if you're Times Square, you can provide no parking whatsoever. It says that if you're along San Carlos Boulevard, you can get a 50% reduction. I don't know, folks, but does our bodega building face, and it's a contiguous property, does that face Old San Carlos? I sure think it does. And then it talks about bayfront pedestrian plazas. And the figure that's in the comp plan is what you guys envisioned in 1999. You thought it was going to be under the bridge and to the right. Now you've got an applicant willing to provide that to you at no cost to the left. So, but we think it's consistent with the intent was pedestrian plazas, uses along that pedestrian plazas can get a reduction of 50% also. So that's why we looked at this and we said, we're consistent with that. We abut Old San Carlos and we are a bayfront plaza, pedestrian plaza. We completely agree that figure 34.7 is not consistent with what we're asking, but we're asking for a deviation. You can ask for any kind of deviation you want. And I think we've justified it. And then you guys can, again, if you think that ultimately the amount of overflow parking that's left there, if you think it might not be 96, it might be 8, or it might be somewhere in between, by all means, discount that public benefit as you guys see fit. But please don't use that as a ground for denial. I think the basket of benefits far justifies the ask.
Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Thanks for asking. So, man,
Now you can forward and find where you were.
go ahead.
This might not be the best place to insert this question, but as I'm looking at all these slides, I'm thinking there's a pretty large staff for this facility.
Yes.
What, is there a plan to manage the, bringing staff on site and off site?
So one of the things is some of that overflow parking. Some of it is the ferry. Some of it is the public parking in the downtown area, and some of it is that shuttle. So the shuttle will be for the guests and for the employees. And one of the stops for sure will be that transit stop at Pine Ridge.
So
and-
Lee County's.
And then going to the hotel. So yes, there's been some thought to that and some mitigating factors.
I would, I don't know if it's occurred or not, but I know the Pink Shell has a very interesting and unique program by which they are able to bring in their, primarily it's, I think their housekeeping staff.
Yeah.
Because they're able to shuttle them in from a couple of different locations.
And we were so happy. I've been doing this for 25 years down here, and I did not know that service was available. I think it's through Lee Transit.
Yeah.
And I'm happy that John brought it to my attention, That's another item on our radar of using Lee Transit and getting those services.
Maybe.
Okay, so look, bear with me. Comp plan consistency is not the most fun. A lot more fun looking at pretty pictures. But again, in light of everything happening on this island, we need to establish a strong record and we need to really touch upon comp plan consistency. Okay. So I'm not going to read through all of this, but I'm just going to highlight what I've put in green here and I bolded in green. If you want me to stop and provide more detail, please do, but that's going to be part of the record and the detail is there and everything, all your written documentation goes into way more detail than this also. So again, goal 1B, there's discussion about beautifying public spaces. I think we hit that. Goal 3, to revitalize and improve specific transitional neighborhoods. I think we are contributing to that. Times Square, and keep in mind that Times Square is related to Times Square in the downtown area as an overall area to stimulate the revitalization of the downtown core area. I think we do that. Goal number 4 talks about Fort Myers Beach, a healthy and vibrant small town while capitalizing on the vitality and amenities available in a beach resort environment. Providing amenities, we are providing a resort. And minimizing the damage that a hurricane could inflict. We are building a resilient structure, hardened structure that will meet all code, building code and FEMA standards. Small town character, the highlight there is pedestrian oriented public realm. Again, I think we're trying to build up that streetscape, that public realm. We want to make that intersection of 3rd Street and St. Carlos that node that is in the vision. And we want to make it pedestrian oriented. 4A2 talks about a vibrant economy and walkable commercial areas. Enough said there. Policy 4A7, Estero Bay also provides great benefits to the town and can be enhanced by improving public access. So I want to stop on that one, spend a little time on it, because I think it's Ben that made me realize how important that is. So what Ben explained to me is they've had that marina forever, and it's a private marina. So really the folks that get to enjoy that bayfront and that marina and that access are people that are members that are paying to have it. So by doing this resort and opening up that promenade, we're opening it up to the general public. To now, people can go there, not only walk there and enjoy the promenade, but you're going to have charters there. You're going to have a ferry. You're going to have access. So this is a great way to promote that water environment. So I think that's very important. I think that some communities pay great amounts of money to acquire land to provide that access. You've got, again, I look at this, it's a private-public partnership where, both parties benefit. Future land use categories. What's important with pedestrian commercial is that's the designation we're asking for to allow this to happen. And it talks about commercial uses and intense activity centers. So again, when I say this is the right places, that's what I mean. We've always envisioned that pedestrian commercial as our most intense land use on the island. And commercial activities contribute to the pedestrian-oriented public realm. I think we do that. All marina uses are allowed in the pedestrian commercial. So I've had people ask me, does that mean if you make it pedestrian commercial, you're not going to do the marina? No, we're keeping the marina. We're expanding the marina. Transportation element talks about improving mobility through balanced transportation improvements. And then it talks about arriving without a car, the drag program, water taxis, huge investment in a multi-million-dollar terminal. hidden pathway system. You've seen our exhibits where we show all our pathways, and shared parking. Again, we've talked about parking. We believe we're going to have an excess of parking that would be open to the public. And the other component of that parking that I think we all need to keep in mind is you got season, you got in season and out of season, and that overflow parking is going to fluctuate. But our commitment is that whatever overflow parking there is, it's going to be available to the public. Commercial intensity, policy 4C2, encourage more intense commercial use in the pedestrian commercial category. Pedestrian commercial category allows a FAR of 2.5. That's the highest FAR allowed on this island. We are asking for a maximum of 2, which is significantly short of that 2.5. Coastal management element, plan a more sustainable redevelopment pattern. Maybe you guys envision a devastating storm and having to do this, but we have to do it. And it's definitely going to be better structures, more sustainable, more resilient. Limit the potential for damage of structures, hurricanes, same thing. Construction methods that we're gonna have to use. Increase the number of well-maintained accesses to the beaches, to the bays. We are providing that bay access. So if I could take a breath here, and then we can talk about the LDC compliance and the criteria of approval. I think one of the ways.
Patrick, would you like to take a break?
I'm okay. I can keep
Okay,
going.
okay.
Not a problem. If anybody else wants a break, that could be a good spot. But
Anybody
I'm
else
ready
want
to
a
go.
break? You all okay?
Okay.
We all took one individual break.
So one of the ways I want to shorten this presentation, but again, we want this in the record, is the compliance with the LDC and the CPD criteria and how we meet it. So one of the things that you do have is you have a detailed staff report. Staff did a great job. Staff walks through all the criteria. I think they concur with us on all points except 2. So if I'm not qualifying it the right way, and I'll be happy to address that. But it's, again, if you look in your packet, for each of the criteria, we have a long paragraph justifying and explaining it. Don't want to go through that in detail, but I want to talk about where we differ in opinion. Again, deviation number 8, we talked about that. That's the parking deviation. Okay. So what we've got there, our position is that doesn't seem to us that they have a problem with the reduction. I think they have a problem with the assertion that we're providing 96 overflow parking spots. Again, by all means, discount it as you see fit. Okay. Then the requirement to comply with various elements of our comp plan and LDC. So when it says on page 229 of your report, complies with this chapter, this entire chapter, staff's comment is the proposed uses comply with this chapter except in regards to deviation in number 8. But otherwise, we agree with them. We believe we comply with that completely. And then it talks about any other applicable town ordinances and codes. The proposed request complies with the town ordinances and codes, except in regards to deviations. So again, we completely agree with that. We concur. So I think when it comes to those the criteria, if you guys want to look at any of those individually, happy to address those. But otherwise, I think our written submittal does a good job addressing that. So a lot of this stuff I've covered as I went through the renderings. So I'll go through very quickly. Okay, so from a location, site design, and compatibility standpoint, you guys have heard how we've designed this and why. So I just want to reiterate, we think that the downtown core is an ideal location for such a resort. We think it promotes walkability. We think it's an ideal location to minimize and mitigate traffic impacts for the entire island. So again, if we were somewhere mid-island, we all know as you're driving south and your peak season, any additional trips there will contribute to that congestion. How much? We have different opinions about that, but I can agree that it does contribute to that. Whereas if you're downtown and you're right by the ramps, easy on, easy off. Also, we are providing public access to the bay in our coastal waters. We have a beautiful design, and we are promoting kind of the Park One strategy that was put out there back in 1999. More on the design. Structures are resilient, hardened structures. Right now, we've got an older marina that was put in place when there were no regulations when it came to drainage. They are going to have to go through a drainage plan. They're going to have to meet today's strict requirements. You're going to have an improvement when it comes to drainage versus what's there today, which is really a paved marina with just sheet flow to the neighbors. It's going to provide unparalleled public benefits, creates and enhances public spaces. Again, we understand that this is a private resort, but I think we have to acknowledge that this is creating public spaces that we never had. And it's going to create an attraction, a sense of place, and something that a visitor will want to see. We in our design, we've enhanced compatibility aspects, including setbacks, buffers, massing height, view sheds, view corridors, access, and we've included multiple conditions to mitigate any potential impacts. And as you'll see when I get to those slides, I think we provide unparalleled economic benefits greater than any development on this island today. So when it comes to density, always a major issue. We understand that. I just want to explain to you how we got there. So we are asking for 263 lodging units. Previous ask was for 400 lodging units. That's a 34% reduction. So how we calculate the density, we start with our acreage of 4.98. The base density with the pedestrian commercial is 6 units per acre. That gives us 29 units. That would be units by right. And then you look at, you can convert those residential units into lodging units. And the code allows us, when under exceptional circumstances and when providing public benefit, to ask for a multiplier greater than what's in the table. So we are asking for a 9.1 multiplier. So you take 29 times 9.1, you get 263. So that request is the exact same multiplier as Margaritaville. And I point that out because every time I go on social media, I hear people pointing to Margaritaville as being a great example of what we should allow.
That's what happens with the passage of time.
Yes.
Because that's not how they
No.
felt on day one.
And I was here, and
Yes, so was I.
and so again, keep that in mind. It's not because it was granted to one project that should be granted to another. That's not what we're alluding to whatsoever. What we're saying is it's a perfect example that you need to consider. So from an intensity standpoint, FAR, again, we can ask for up to 2.5. We're asking for an FAR of 2. Right now, this is a breakdown of every story and each building and our total gross square footage, which would be a total gross square footage of 417,879. That is 1.93. As I mentioned, that's our concept plan today. We want a little leeway, and we're asking for a FAR of 2 to give us that leeway. When it comes to transportation, again, I don't like discussing this issue. I think there's a lot of differing opinions. I think I've explained to you how I feel about it, and that it was existing, it's going to keep existing, and we have to find ways to mitigate for it. We're not going to solve it. But the TIS conclusion by our expert concludes that, and I'll just read the part in green, will not place an undue burden on the adjacent roadway network. The level of service information for the surrounding roadway network and intersections shows that the Estero Boulevard is already over capacity during season based on data collected prior to the hurricane. So what this explains is we've got a congestion problem. Okay, our location and our amount of traffic. And again, when we look at traffic, it's important to note that we don't look at all the traffic that we are generating with this resort. We look at the delta between the marina that exists today and what is being proposed. That's the additional traffic. That marina already generates a bunch of traffic that's already on our streets. The parking issue, we've looked at that slide. We've explained why we think we are eligible for the 50%, but again, discount our benefit as you'd like. So traffic mitigation, as I mentioned, we got a congestion issue. Now, how do we try to mitigate and solve this issue? How do we improve conditions? So from a mitigation standpoint, I think this is an ideal location. The mix of uses, this is a true mixed use project that also is significant enough that I think if someone comes here and wants to park once and wants to be entertained and be able to dine and be able to walk around, this is the place. So I think that can take trips off the road. The ferry water taxi, to me, that's the biggest game changer when it comes to the traffic on Fort Myers Beach. And I live on the south end. I can tell you in season, I'd love to be taking the ferry downtown. Bicycle for gas, that's a small incremental thing, but I think it helps. Bicycle parking, more than happy to provide that. Designated golf cart parking, same thing, small incremental, but I think it's an alternative mode and we're promoting that. Happy to provide that parking. Designated transit, we can talk about the location, but I think, again, that's helping transit, it's helping ride sharing. It just promotes alternative modes. Pedestrian connectivity throughout the entire design. Again, creating a walkable downtown.
Patrick, can I stop you for
Yeah.
a second? Judith, is this list a good list of what you're referring to as not quantifiable, or it should be part of Jim's memorialized action list or agreement in between the parties? Because zoning isn't going to fix any of this.
Correct. This is a
Okay.
good example. I've been taking notes as we're going of which things should go in which bucket, and certainly we can meet with the applicant.
Yep.
Following this and kind of determine which should go
Okay.
where.
Well,
For
now I'm very
example,
clear on that.
Like
Okay.
the bicycle parking, that's going to be on the site plan. They're going to show us where they're going to
Exactly.
put that.
Exactly.
Them providing bicycles for guests, that's not going to be on the site plan. They're going to have to, if that's a commitment that they're making, then they would.
It
be
goes
in
on the
some
other list. Okay.
Mhm.
Sorry to interrupt. but
That would
was
be true with the
most of it.
executive summary, most of those public benefits that are listed there as well.
Yes.
I think if you look at our conditions, we've tried to actually write the condition in such a way that there's a hook, that it's not just we'll try or we'll do this.
No,
So,
that wasn't a
yeah.
criticism at all, Patrick.
No, I
That's just a
agree, but
clarification.
I want you to understand our effort. So the water ferry and taxi, I talked about
Mhm.
putting a building there in a terminal and having that capital improvement is that way where we wanted to demonstrate the
Sure.
commitment, and a way where we think that condition should be in the ordinance. And we've talked about this also, is we're more than happy to have a separate agreement, but we think that all these commitments should be in the ordinance.
Mhm.
Because if you're the public and you want to say, what did they promise?
Yeah.
And I want to go
Yeah.
back and I want to look at it, you want that in there. If there might be a reference to another document, there might be an easement or there might be a separate agreement, but we want it all centralized because we want people 5, 10 years from now to say, what did they promise and did they provide it? We're
Got it.
fine with that.
Okay.
Okay.
Sorry, we can talk about this later or in extent, but we've had these kind of meetings internally about this. There was a particular situation where a certain resort promised a discount to residents. They had said that in a meeting, and then complained to the town, and then the town was in a position of how do we enforce a private operator to giving a
Sure.
discount, and that's kind of an uncomfortable place for the town to
I
be
only
in.
brought that up because I clearly understand the delineation now.
Mhm. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Where was I? Don't rent the car program, shuttle service, public parking, kayak parking, boat drop off and pickup, day docking. Again, those are all traffic mitigation measures. Hopefully, those are great things for the town, and hopefully they benefit the resort also. You know, we want people to come to this resort. We want it to be successful. Man. Public benefits. So this is not just traffic mitigation, it's all the public benefits. Do you guys want me to go through this? I think
No,
Read it.
No.
you've all read it?
No.
Okay. Yeah, so
And there-
so it's there, it's part of our slideshow, it's part of the record.
read it first.
Hopefully everybody can take a look at our package if they want to see exactly what it is. But I think these when it comes to, and I want to talk about the basket of benefits. Okay.
I would like to add though, those 20 extra boat slips, because I don't see that on any of this.
Appreciate that. Yeah, we just knew that we were going to provide the marina and the request and what we're moving forward with, and different agencies take care of the water side of things. But currently there's 55 slips, and the request and the applications they're going to be submitting with the state and everything is for 75 slips. So there would be an expansion.
So that'll be easy to check.
Yeah. So one of the things that I'm happy to address though is, besides Snug Harbor and the Marina Village area and the marina, that boat ramp that Judith mentioned, and it's full of debris now after the hurricane and it's fallen apart. So the issue is our rules say that we're not going to create more seawalls. We don't really see this as more seawall. We see it as it's an infill. You've got a ramp that's defunct, that's not
I
working.
think that's very clear.
Yeah.
Now we got it.
So the good news is we got our state permits. State agrees we can fill that. Not a problem. That's good news. So again, long list of public benefits. You've seen it, you've read them. Happy to answer any questions. Proposed conditions and commitments. Again, you've seen them. That's where if you want to pull any one of these out and talk about the language, we're happy to do so. But I just want you guys to appreciate how we've tried to memorialize all our commitments through a condition or commitment. And I think that's where the teeth comes in, or if there's a need for a separate agreement, that's where it would go, is in those conditions, commitments. Again, just the general categories: traffic mitigation. We've got the marina use and design. We've got the public spaces. We've got the design of the resort, and we've got kind of the miscellaneous supporting the school, schedule out, flexible schedule hours, that type of thing that fall into that. So you guys are happy with that? You have it in your packet. You've seen it. No need to go over it. When it comes to
On the COP hours of operation,
Yeah.
amplified sound, hours of, for all of those places, there's no times in here.
so we have them here on hours of operation. So we deal with COP and hours of operation separately. So COP is just identify the areas that would have the COP. So I think where we
Where do you see that?
we disagree with
It's got
staff.
it next slide.
Yeah. So
Mm.
where we disagree with staff is staff would rather not see the COP applied to building E. Again,
To apply to what?
the building E and the private pool, for
Oh.
that last building
Yes.
by the bayfront. And I think I've explained to you what that is. It's not open to all the guests of the resort. It's again, having the ability for a hotel guest that wants to have a drink and have a.
Maybe there's a compromise that there's that you can consume there, but there's no bar there.
Yeah, perhaps. And if it's kind of we have it inside.
Mhm.
And like I said, in some of these resorts, you've got that cooler, whatever, you can grab it, you can go outside. I think, would that work for you guys, or you want to?
However you work.
If we didn't have an outdoor bar, but we still have the COP for building E. Yeah,
Because the only people who can get inside
Yes.
are the
People
ones that
that are
belong
there.
inside.
exactly.
That's right.
So I think Ben nodded that
Somehow write that down.
he would
Okay.
be willing to accept that.
Okay, well then, since we're on that, could I just suggest something else, Ben? Will you come up here for a second? I think one of the things that, in my opinion, impacts the neighborhood dramatically is the deck on the hotel that's like right on top of those houses.
Sunset
It's the
deck.
sunset deck.
Okay.
So if that sunset deck was a quiet spot, like Patrick described the one on the front end, which really should be a loud spot because it's on the front end, it's where all the action is. If that was a quiet spot where somebody went where there wasn't a bar, where somebody just went to have a cocktail, have a glass of wine that they brought up from their room, and it was just a nice chill zone instead of a potential party zone, it would minimize the impact on the neighborhood dramatically.
Well, it's for hotel guests only.
It's for hotel guests
Yeah.
only.
So we already have that restriction
Yep.
in there.
Yep.
So it couldn't become a party zone. I guess they'd
Okay.
have to, I don't know how they would get together.
But there's
and
a
bring
bar
party.
there.
Yes, a
So
bar with
it's
service.
basically an outside bar on a deck
Right.
overlooking that neighborhood.
Right.
And it would just be ideal if it wasn't a bar there. If it was just an area, like Patrick described, look, everybody's going to start asking for what they'd really like. And I have really given a lot of thought to how can you minimize the impact on that neighborhood. And if I lived at Chris Mysterio's house, I would hate that deck. Because to me, somebody's going to stand out there. They're going to, whoever it is, whoever's staying at the hotel, they're going to order some drinks and they're going to start hanging out there at the deck. And before I know it, I've got a party on top of my house that I'm not a part of. And it seems to me the most obtrusive element of the project is that deck. You just think about it. I'm just
Okay.
telling you now, think about it for a few
Okay.
minutes.
Thank you.
I think a good example to think of is we've got a brand new hotel in the Luminary. I don't know if they've changed names downtown Fort Myers. I don't know if any of you have been there,
Different scenario, Patrick.
but there is a deck up
Yeah,
there,
it's
and
lovely.
I've been there,
Lovely.
and it's not a party deck.
No, it's
pretty
not.
subdued.
But there's also not a neighborhood there. So if there was a party there,
Understood.
Yeah.
The other thing also that I'd like to point out is in the packet that we gave you, Ben's team had done a survey. And one of the top requests for the design, what people wanted to see, was a sunset deck.
okay, yes, it's a sunset deck. It's just not a bar.
Mhm.
But maybe I'm the only one that feels that way. So,
Well, I'm thinking that the difference is not so much whether or not you can consume alcohol there. The difference is the level of entertainment and volume of
service.
music that's there.
sure.
Music, bands, you're talking about.
That's what I'm talking about.
I
That's,
didn't hear anything about that.
I think that's what would make a space
More obtrusive.
different. You put chill music up there, people will be chill. You
That's
put rowdy music up there, people will be rowdy. And the amount of serving you do obviously, I think, factors into it. But
Understood.
Something to contemplate in the next hour or two.
Understood. We'll certainly discuss that and be
Okay.
happy to do so. Again, what I've highlighted on this page is, again, where staff noted in their report that building E, they would recommend no music, along the pool. Or was it no, or just different hours, I believe? Yeah, I think they were saying 10 to 6 perhaps, rather than 10 to 1 hour after sunset. Again, what I want to point out is we're not talking about a live band. We are talking about ambient music. So I see this as no different than the right that we all have in our backyards to have a little radio playing and some background music. I think that's the intent. It's not a band. It's not live music. It's ambient music only. And 10, the idea was we said 10. Again, you might have people that are up and going at 7, but we figured 10 is a good time. It doesn't necessarily bring you to the top of the day. And 1 hour after sunset, you know, when we get to summertime, the days are much longer. And I think there's going to be people that want to hang out at the pool. And if we say 6, it really doesn't kind of acknowledge the fact that our days are much longer during the summer. So that's really what our intent was with the 1 hour after sunset. But again, if those are the points of contention and we're being recommended denial over those issues, you know, certainly happy to address those.
Did council yesterday on the food truck on the ambient music put a decibel level? Yes.
It was a voluntary
Something different than
reduction.
the noise ordinance?
Yeah.
Oh, Jeez.
60.
Yeah,
what I
and that was
remember.
voluntary on the
Talk
behalf
about a policing nightmare.
of the
Okay.
the applicant.
Around hydrophones.
Okay. All right. What else,
Yeah.
Patrick?
You've got this in your packet. No need to go through that. Deviations, justifications. The only thing I wanted to highlight, I think they're pretty self-explanatory. The first one is the setbacks, and it's really reducing the setbacks to bring the building. So the funny thing is, if you're doing a CPD for a resort, you have to abide by the CR zoning regulations. But you're downtown where we have build to lines. We're trying to put the buildings at the build to lines
Yeah,
like the downtown calls for, but we have to ask for a deviation for it. So just to know when we update our LDC, we might want to look at that. Okay. Floor area ratio, we talked about that. Number 3 is the conversion ratio. We talked about that. One of the issues that we can talk about right now, I think it's worth discussing because I know we've had a comment from the public on that, is we are creating this linear park memorial garden and we want to have beautiful landscaping there. Okay. What the code calls for is a masonry wall to the neighbors and the landscaping on the outside part of the wall. Okay.
Outside meaning your side.
No, on the neighbor's side. Obviously, we're not going to plant in their property and take their property. So we would build that into our property. But what happens is now you've got maintenance guys that need access to their property to maintain our landscaping. What we think instead of a masonry wall, because we think the real buffering is the vegetation and not the wall. And sometimes these masonry wall to me looks darker and it's more attractive to see nice vegetation. We were envisioning a part masonry wall with nice decorative fence. So you got the columns that are masonry, the base, nice decorative fence. You got the landscaping on our side and they can maintain that on a daily basis. They don't have to go onto the neighbor's property. That was the reason for it.
Okay.
So I know it's going to come up and that's our reason. We're happy to discuss it. The seawall issue, we talked about that. We got permission. We can fill in that little ramp, but unfortunately, that's a deviation. So we're asking for that deviation to make it happen. 30 feet. So the deviation 6 is the height. We talked about the height. Again, we think it's in keeping and complementary to the area and the adjacent Mariner Village. Number 7. It's the setback lines. We talked about that. Number 8 is the parking deviation. We've also talked about that. Okay, about to wrap this up. Okay, economic impacts. We know that this are estimates. This same methodology was presented to you when we did the Neptune.
Yep.
And it was, I think, also utilized by Seagate possibly.
Mhm.
They were asked to use the same methodology. So what this table shows you is 2 different methodologies are used. And bear with me here. I'm trying to. Can't read the slide from here. That's the problem. I hate to admit it, but I need to find my page. Okay. So what this is 2 methodologies are used. One is where we look at how much people spend for the rooms, and then we have a multiplier for every guest. On average per day, they spend X amount more. And we come up with a total impact of 132,979,000. So roughly 133 million. Then the other methodology that was used is looking at the Visitor and Convention Bureau data for Lee County as a whole.
Yeah.
And what they do is they look at all the economic impacts to the county, and then they have a number for how many visitors we have per year. So you take that total number, you divide it by the number of visitors, and then you take that number and you say how many visitors are coming to the arches. And when we use that methodology, we come up with a much bigger number of roughly 321 million. Okay. We understand there's a big divide between the 2 of those. So we think we probably fall somewhere in between. So the visitor impact, we believe, would be over $133 million per year, and probably less than the $320 million per year. We've also looked at, and that's what you have on the first line up there.
Well, on that, Patrick,
Yeah.
the economic impact, what they're doing is the moment they touch down,
Yeah.
all the way through till they leave. So
Yeah.
it's the indirect spend throughout the entire thing. We're obviously interested on circulatory system here,
Yeah.
Fort Myers Beach. So I think your number is more accurate, and more applicable than
Yeah.
Fort Myers area, just because if they're coming here as a destination, the spend around the greater area is concentrated like it would be if they're coming to Fort Myers Beach.
Yeah.
So that's the arguable one in my mind.
And that's it. We acknowledge that, and,
Okay.
and that's why we provide the range. Then we looked at sales tax, bed tax, payroll tax, ad valorem, and as you recall last time, there's been discussions of how much stays with the town,
Mhm.
and it's not a big amount. It's 6.2 of those taxes. But it's not just the town, it's geographically where it stays, and FMB library gets a portion of that, FMB mosquito control gets a portion of that, FMB fire gets a portion of that. So in the end of all those taxes, we retain about 27%. And that's on a yearly basis. And that's a little more than half $500,000 every year. Permanent jobs. So Thomas and Ben have worked on coming up with estimates of FTEs of what they think would be needed for the resort and the various businesses. They come out with 227 full-time equivalents for those who have worked in corporate positions and have to deal with FTEs.
How does that
That's the
compare to
limit.
today's payroll? Staffing level?
I
So
don't know
what's
if
the
you
new
guys have an
jobs?
idea.
12. We have 12 today.
You have 12. Oh, okay.
Ben just said we have 12 today, just for the
Yeah,
record.
so I think the comparison was how many employees at Moss Marina today versus what is anticipated in the future. And then we're looking at coming up with an impact fee ordinance and having impact fees. Again, that is not drafted. The methodology that was used here was let's use Lee County impact fees as a proxy. It could be a little more, a little less, don't know. And also the only thing that I wanted to point out is you've got Lee County does impact fees for roads, parks, fire, EMS, and they don't have an impact fee for water and sewer. They call it a connection fee. But to my mind, those are all impact fees. And those are one-time fees. And when we look at the potential cost for this resort, we're looking at over $4 million in impact fees. So as you can see, that is more than any other project that has come before you today. When it comes to this slide, I just want, again, to look at 30,000 feet, where we were and where we are today. This is the latest information from the Visitor and Convention Bureau. With Margaritaville included in there, we only have 48% of our lodging rooms back online. So again, we're asking for 263. It improves things, but it's you know, it's just a drop in the bucket versus the deficit that we currently have. So I'm wrapping it up right now. Okay, so staff report. And I'm simplifying it. I know they talked about general conditions and general compatibility. I think we've addressed compatibility, but what they point out clearly in the report is they point out the parking reduction that we're asking, that they do not agree with us, they do not concur. And that's one of the reasons for their denial. And then they clearly point out how we treat Building E when it comes to COP and music. I think we've made our points on that. Again, we do not believe those are reasons for denial. I think there are ways to address these compatibility issues that we have tried to do so extensively. But again, if we need to talk about hours of operation and sound, we're happy to talk about that. And if that will alleviate concerns, we can certainly consider how we can make adjustments. So with that said,
I know you don't want to let it go, do you?
we support staff's recommendation, except for their treatment of the COP, ambient sound, and Building E. And in my professional planning opinion, and the opinion of my entire team with multiple experts, we believe that our proposed CPD is consistent with the comp plan as amended. As will be amended, and that we meet or exceed LDC requirements. And that based on our expert testimony and all the evidence that has been submitted to the town and provided to you, we respectfully request a recommendation for approval. So with that said,
That's very good, Patrick.
happy to take a break.
Less than 3 hours. Good job.
Right, yeah. That's good. Any questions for Patrick at the moment? Because we'll still let him come back up. Mr. Freeland, you have any comments you still want to add? You're okay. Thank you, sir. Okay, Judith, can I ask the public to speak before you give a wrap up? Because they've been sitting so patiently. So I'm going to open public comment. Is anybody who raised their hand? Oh, Amy's got a list. Anybody want to take a break? No, let's just keep going. Come on, go.
Okay, first up will be Chris Smuts. After Chris is Linda Miller.
Chicken fingers for dinner. We know that.
Good afternoon. Chris Smuts on behalf of London Bay Development Group, developers of Outrigger Charlie Sandpiper. We greatly appreciate your dedication to Fort Myers Beach. As Fort Myers Beach stakeholders, we encourage you to consider the island-wide economic impacts of the Arches Bayfront Resort proposal. Large-scale projects like this are key to restarting the economic engine of Fort Myers Beach. This project and a handful of others like it not only have obvious economic impact related to permit fees and impact fees that Pat just went over, but also to increase property values and property taxes, sales taxes, job creation, and island-wide commerce, all a cascading economic impact for Fort Myers Beach today and for generations to come. It's been 2 years since Ian, and although Build Back exists, it's not enough. The island is struggling to return to the thriving community it once was. Last year's storm season reminds us that Hurricane Ian wasn't a one-time event, highlighting the need to build resiliently to current Florida Building Code, FEMA, and FDEP code. The Arches Bayfront Resort proposal is well balanced. It may very well turn a disorganized marine industrial area into a premier mixed-use North End Bayside destination. They offer a variety of public benefits, including a bayfront promenade and plaza with dining, shopping and entertainment from the Bayfront Park North, landscaping and shade, buffers with existing neighborhoods, a linear park and memorial garden, resilient structures, updated infrastructure, coastal architecture, a diverse hotel offering, public parking, hosting public events, airport shuttles, participation in DRAC, flexible work schedules to support attendance at the beach school, a large-scale marina with fueling services for long-term or short-term use, and taking the initiative to provide the infrastructure and operational expertise to serve as the founding partner of the Fort Myers Beach Public Water Taxi. By recommending approval of this project today, you're sending a message that Fort Myers LPA is committed to rebuilding for future generations. Thanks for your consideration.
Thank you very much, Chris. What's
Uh,
next, Amy?
Linda Miller, sorry. After Linda will be Chris Mostero.
Okay, Chris, get ready. You're going to be up next. Go ahead. Linda, pull that microphone down, would you? You're little.
Good afternoon, and my name is Linda Miller, and I run the farmers markets on Fort Myers Beach, which is about 90% of my income, which suffered greatly during Hurricane Ian and Milton and so on. But what really I bring to the table to you all is that I spend about 40 hours a week in the trenches with tourists, residents, vendors who own businesses here, and a lot of social media. I'm on social media probably another 50 hours a week. And what I'm hearing from a lot of people, what I like about the Arches that answers the public comments that I hear a lot is that the Arches Bayfront replaces industrial looking boat barns with a beautiful structure, adding to the esteem of Fort Myers Beach that you can actually see from the bridge when you enter. So it's going to be like the gem of Fort Myers Beach. Just like Fort Myers has their downtown now corridor of shopping and art walk. Now we would have something beautiful like that, just like Naples has Fifth Avenue. We would have something beautiful like this walking district that has gorgeous architecture. And I don't think anyone has presented anything so beautiful to come to our beach to replace industrial boat barns. So the focus also on Park Once and having a walking district, it reminds me a lot of Key West, where you park once and you walk through all of downtown and you support all the businesses and all the restaurants. And I think that's a benefit to reducing traffic, that those 300 people that comes to stay there have one place to park, and then they just walk the rest of the time. We're seeing more of that now that we have the Little Farmers Market on 3rd Street and Old San Carlos, that all the people I mean, I swear it's about maybe 30 people park all day long, and they come and go and they park and they leave. But I would say 90% of our customers at 401 3rd Street are walking, and a few are biking, but primarily they're walking from Snug Harbor. They're walking from Marina Village. They're walking from Matanzas. And they're going to all the restaurants. And that's what we need to support and build up downtown, because right now we just don't have enough hotels downtown. I know that sounds like we're just adding more traffic to it, but I've seen over the last, I've been in business down here on Fort Myers Beach for 11 years, and I've seen a decline since Hurricane Ian. Actually, it was kind of a boost. We had a lot of support after Ian, but then we had this decline this year. And maybe it's an election year, but I think that this would really boost the economy. And not only do we need it, but we need it yesterday.
Thank you, Linda, very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate your comments. Chris?
After Chris will be Robin Atwood.
Robin Atwood.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Chris Mostero. My property is 923 3rd Street. Basically, my backyard is Mas Marina. But as a neighbor planning on being in this area for the next 30 or 40 years, when I first heard Arches was resubmitting their plans, I got excited. Maybe they were going to listen to neighbors. Maybe the plan would be much more reasonable for the location and limited access. And then I saw the plans and I was confused. It didn't look like much of a change. There are still 4 massive buildings. These buildings are even taller. Where are the public benefits, the resort amenities, and the cost of doing business? Nothing residents spoke up about regarding size, access, balconies facing our homes, and buffers were addressed. I guess they removed the parking garage. Lee County denied the expansion of the marina in 1985 because there was no good access to this site. The Freelands applied for a variance, which was later granted, and I have a letter from Inc. Engineering in 1989 that says the access variance was granted to allow for commercial development after the relocation of the Matanzas Pass Bridge. The access to this site is planned along the southeasterly boundary at the existing gate off Old San Carlos Boulevard. The vehicular traffic is to be encouraged to use this access. That's the gate in front of Snug Harbor. Today, there's a gate blocking this access, and all marina traffic is coming through our neighborhood. They've created these trips through our neighborhood. There should be 0. They should all be using that gate. Why have they stopped using this? Why did they do this? Because it's not a good spot for vehicles to come through. There was no access for a small marina expansion in 1989. The roads have not gotten any bigger. There's no good access for this size development today. What they are calling a linear park is laughable. It's a required buffer, which is going to become a pedestrian highway in our backyards. What's currently a quiet, enclosed boat shed 25 feet from my house is going to be balconies and gathering places and basically the same building footprint. The proposed buffer is 30 feet. That's a 5-foot difference, a 5-foot increase. This buffer should not be a minimum, it should be exceeded. It should be a 25-foot buffer with a park that's double or triple that for their pedestrian highway. A much larger amount of green space might be a public benefit downtown, but not this. You know, we talk a lot on the beach about buildings. Do we like buildings like this, or do we like buildings like this? I did tell the Freelands personally I'd be okay with one taller building closer to downtown, pushed away from our houses, if that's what it takes for a revitalization project like this to happen. But what they're not proposing is this or this. It's this. 4 of these massive structures. I asked for your denial today on this project as it currently stands. It's still too big with little thoughtfulness to the neighbors and public benefit. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
Robin. After Robin will be Jay Bonema.
Hi, Robin.
I'm Robin Atwood. I'm at 735 Matanzas, just right across. And would like to point out that as the homeowner there, we have never been contacted by Mr. Friedland, never asked a single question, never surveyed, nothing. Crickets. I have some concerns that are not only just for me, for my property, but for the traffic coming off the island. There's still one exit. We all come the same way. Pink Shell's already down there. We have all that traffic. But then you're going to turn and come up Old San Carlos. You're going to have all those vehicles. There will be parking, but that is also very much a pedestrian pathway to have that much traffic in that small area. Traffic, traffic, traffic. Just, it's crazy down here the way it is, and increasing it seems wrong to me. The other thing they pointed out was their, I had to write this down, the focal point, their views going out. My view is of a marina. For 30 years, it's been our view. And now it's going to be of people looking back at us and into our homes on Building E. Building E is a huge problem. I would like to see it disappear, actually. And if there is a bar, there is a party. You all know that. Saying that it's going to be people's, maybe it's going to be condos, or it'll be resident, we're implying it's going to be residents. It's like a kiss and a promise. It is not. It is hotel guests, and where there is a bar and people are vacationing, there is a party. There is a loud party. And as far as I can see, there is no buffering between us. There's a pool where we're going to serve drinks and do those things. And that those two things do not connect in my brain. When you vacation, you're out for the good time, right? And I don't care how much money you have and that this is an exclusive building, you're still there to have a party and a good time. Again, it's the buffer. I ask that you not do this. This is so nerve-wracking standing in front of you.
Don't let it be. Don't let it be.
I ask that you deny this as it sits. I think it's beautiful. I think it is well designed. The pictures are gorgeous. You can't argue with any of those things. But again, on our side, we are not buffered. There is basically a pool and a party going to happen there. And balconies looking into our homes. We bought this as residential property. If we'd wanted to live downtown where that was happening, it would have been bought. We would have bought downtown, not on a nice, quiet canal and cul-de-sac. That's what we do is we set outside. That's where we live in Florida, is outside. So again, I would like to ask that you not approve this the way it stands.
Thank you, Robin. You did a fine job. Okay, who's next?
Jay Bonema,
Oh,
and
Jay Bonham.
after Jay will be Dale Bonema.
Okay.
That's all I have signed up after Dale.
Okay.
Good afternoon. I'm Jay Bonema. We live in 725 Matanzas Court, so our house is directly across Mas Marina. So I prepared something, but I think I gotta adjust a little bit based on what we've heard this afternoon. So I agree with everything that Robin said. So I've seen the building E with the pool, and I don't see any buffer at all. So you probably remember us attending all the meetings with what we've experienced with the root shrimp. So we don't want to live that nightmare again. And so we highly request that you follow the recommendation for the COP removed from that area and the amplified music removed from that area. So we all know that the canal between us, it carries the sound, and no matter what they do, we will still hear in that area. So I watched the town council meeting yesterday, and I felt very sad that these residents tried to to tell the council and that these developments are gonna intrude on their space, their residence. And now here we are with the Arches project. So I'd be honest, I've looked at the marina for a very long time since I arrived in the US, and generally it's very quiet. And I don't mind seeing the marina for many more years. And it's a big benefit for the town. We need a marina that can service a boat, can repair a boat, and I believe, based on what was presented today, that that part of servicing the boat will be gone once this is changed. So, and I know that's a big benefit for us being an island, right? So I respectfully request that you deny the request. And if we are, since this is a hotel resort and building E, it's 80 feet. So it's gonna be towering over our single family residence, which is, I don't know, 30 feet or so. So if we are forced to live next to this resort, it should be restricted to the same height as our houses. And it should face the canal, it should face the bay, not the canal. I think that's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jane.
Dale.
Dale, do you want to speak, Leah? Okay, you can come after Dale. I'm sorry? And you have to be signed in and sworn in.
Dale Bonema, 725 Matanzas Court. We've talked about a lot of details today, the whole presentation. But I think that the huge issue is that Moss Marina, over the years, over the decades, has consumed approximately 10 single-family residential lots. And when you think about that, that's the definition of intrusion. That's why we have zoning laws and a comp plan. And their latest acquisition is the 2 single-family cottage lots right on the canal. And so now we're faced with, an 80-foot building right there. And gobbling up all these single-family homes and enlarging the marina operations, that's one thing. But now it's not just going to be marina operations, it's going to be a hotel. And this is not the core area. I know we want to pull the core area a different direction. The core area is Times Square and Old San Carlos. The core area should not go into our residential areas. And so this, compare Margaritaville occupies land that was commercial. It was a McDonald's with a drive-through. It was a liquor store. It was a bar. It was the Mermaid Lounge. So I'm really amazed when we look at the big picture and not all the details, is if we can't say no to this, what's the point of a comp plan? I mean, this is the definition. And when we're considering the town granting the zoning change of several of these single-family residential lots and awarding them with this intense use, hotel use, that's like giving them tens of millions of dollars of profits over the decades at our expense. At our expense, because our property value is going to decline from this. I don't think anybody would question that. Everybody's going to make money. The Freelands are, the Lee County, the tourist, everybody, the shops, the rest, everybody's going to make money. But we're taking a hit. It's a big hit. It's probably 30% because our whole property there, it's a beautiful property right on it's going to be balconies, it's going to be a bar, it's going to be noisy, we're not going to see the sun till afternoon. That's just the reality of this. I don't know why that building has to be 80 feet high. It should be limited those are residential lots. Any building on a residential lot should be limited to the residential height. 30 feet, whatever it is, not 80 feet. 80 feet is very intrusive. And it's, like I say, it's all about the money. And we're dying here. I mean, Hurricane Ian, an act of God. But we're still trying to recover physically, emotionally, financially. Hurricane Helene, act of God. Hurricane Milton, act of God. Well, this arches, it's an act of greed, and we're paying the price. Everybody's gonna make money, but our properties that are right there.
Okay, thank you, Dale. I appreciate your
Thank you.
comments. Is anybody else going to want to speak that Terry like to also speak? Anybody else want to speak that? Yes, ma'am. Okay, so would you all stand up because Amy's going to swear you in. Were you sworn in at the beginning? Okay, if you were sworn in at the beginning, you don't need to do it again. But okay, go ahead, Amy.
Do you solemnly swear and affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay.
Okay, Leah, you're first. Good morning. No, good evening. Almost. Good afternoon.
Hello. Leah Gregg, Bonita Street. So keep in mind, when I decided to purchase my home on Bonita Street, it was and still is in a residential neighborhood with a zoned operating marina close by. There were no commercial properties anywhere in sight. I'm not totally opposed to this project, but I would like to address a few concerns. So first, I believe honesty, integrity should be at the center of everything we do. We all know how badly the Freelands want this project approved, and I can see where they're coming from. And I thank them for scaling it back a bit. But I also ask them to be honest and not implement tactics such as they did May 2nd of last year by sending a blanket email to who knows how many people, asking these people to sign a letter urging the LPA and council to support this endeavor and to share this letter with their friends and family. Although the email showed Ben Freeland as the sender, when you clicked on Ben's name, the name in the from section was a marketing firm. So that was a little deceitful. I thought that was a little deceitful. And the marketing firm, you know, I asked, who was it sent to? How many people? Was it sent to Fort Myers Beach residents, the state? Who knows? So it could have went out to everyone in the country, possibly, you know, in the world, just to solicit that type of information. You know, I just asked them to just be honest, have integrity with this process. I'm sure it'll go your way if you do the right thing. We all want growth on this island. The second thing is the neighborhood is very small. So for example, Bonita Street, where my home is, there's 3 homes on the street. So when I come to speak, that's 33% of my street coming in speaking on behalf of this project. So during the 1LPA meetings last year for this project, Patrick Van Ace, who at the time was an LPA member, he made the comment that there wasn't much opposition to the project based on the number of people who spoke during public comments. So he approved it. I had to remind Patrick that there's less than 15 homes in this whole entire neighborhood. 3 on my street, 5 on Harbor Court. It's tiny. So, you know, you really can't take a few people coming in and completely throw that out the window when there's very few people that live in that community that are affected. I also, so again, I asked Patrick too, don't mislead the public, have integrity, have honesty, just be honest. Third, I wanted to address the county-owned Bonita Street and Harbor Court, 2 very short, very tiny streets that if you continue driving down these streets, you would end up in the bay. They're essentially dead-end streets. The staff report states that the owner will provide an accessible, stabilized surface for the area between Harbor Court that has 5 homes and Bonita Street that has 3 homes for emergency vehicles and access points at Harbor Court. So if I could just say one more thing. So emergency and limited access only. Limited access is defined as intended to allow vehicles that have unintentionally driven down Harbor Court or Bonita Street. So temporary access to the turnaround area. And then they have to literally maneuver through the resort and then exit back out on Bonita Street or Harbor Court. It just sounds cumbersome. Matlacha, all these other small towns where they have streets that are dead end, that are narrow, the fire trucks, the emergency vehicles, the trash vehicles, they back in and then they simply pull out. From what staff
Okay,
wrote.
Lee, I gotta stop you.
All right, I'll let you go.
But thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Nice to see you.
Nice to see you, Anita.
You too, Terry. Terry. And I'm sorry I don't know your name, but you'll be next. You're welcome.
Good afternoon.
Pull the mic
My
up
name-
just a little bit. Thank you. Oh, we're off.
There you go.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, LPA members. My name is Terry Prasad. I'm a resident of Fort Myers Beach. I also own a property in Times Square, which was the old and former Sunset Beach Grill. I'm looking at the Freeman's project. It's a beautiful project. It's what we need for the rebuild of downtown. As we work with our Times Square project, you know, we're having a difficult time coming up with ideas and how to rebuild our town or our downtown because of the costs. And we need larger scale projects to bring more people to the island that will support the small businesses on the island and that will create the vibe that we all so much want. As you know, after Hurricane Ian, we lost majority of our business in the downtown and Times Square area. And this is going to be the first project that will come back and will be a great catalyst to helping us restore downtown and motivate people to come into Times Square area also and rebuild. So I urge you to approve this project and let us get the rebuild started back in downtown Times Square. Thank you.
Thank you, Terry. Madam? Come tell us your name.
Good afternoon. My name is Xana Garza of Lee County.
Nice to meet you, Anna.
Nice to meet you. So for the record, Lee County resident here, and I want to thank you guys for all you do. This is a labor of love. And you'd be happy to know I'm not on social media. I'm taking a fast from Lent, so I'm missing all the social media action.
Oh, blessings, honey.
Good timing, right, Anita?
But I am proud to call Fort Myers Beach my family's home beach for my entire existence. And I stand before you not as an expert, but as a former Fort Myers Beach kid. And now I'm a mom of little Fort Myers Beach kids. In fact, I just found glittery tooth fairy money in my purse to prove that I am a mom, as if this didn't show you enough. But when I think about Fort Myers Beach, I think about the words community and collaboration. It's what I've seen, especially since the hurricane hit. And when I think about the Freeland family, those same words come to mind. They were quick to respond to Ian with the assistance with the U.S. Coast Guard, which is when they really first caught my ear and my eye. I even finally stalked Mr. Freeland at that quick response and might have sent him an email just expressing my gratitude for really working with not just the town, but with the U.S. Coast Guard to help resolve some of our issues here. They've continuously listened to the community through various public forums, local leaders, asked for public input, and not just listen, but they've woven in those points to their plan, as Mr. Vanassi, I think I pronounced your name right, sorry, so thoroughly explained today, which I enjoyed listening to and reading. It's been great to watch the evolution of the Arches Bayfront project, and I do hope to see it move forward. With uncertainty of tariffs and escalation in costs, coupled with the roadblocks that they've already faced, my fear is that development in the area is really going to slow down, and time is of the essence to get our island back in action. Before my littles are too big to enjoy the splash pad and a needed staycation, I must say, I do hope they're granted permission to move forward with this vital project. And while I know that change is sometimes hard to digest, I'm a firm believer that residents and businesses can coexist in harmony. And I appreciate your consideration for approval. Thank you.
What a lovely person you are. Oh, thank you. That was very, very nice. Collaboration and what did you say is Fort Myers Beach? Collaboration?
Community.
Collaboration. I think that's lovely.
Thank you. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you for coming in. Okay. What's that? Anna. Yeah, that's very nice. Yes, sir. Did you swear?
Yes.
Good. Come on.
Come do it in front of us.
Hey, Nick, are you going to speak also? Okay, Nick's going to be next. Come on.
You.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dennis Weigeman, and I'm a realtor here in Fort Myers Beach. Want to also mention there's no conflict of interest with the
Lucky you.
with the Arches project, although I am here in support of the Arches project for a number of reasons. It represents something more than just a building. It represents an opportunity for the town to rise up again. I think, as some other folks have mentioned, it's a pivotal project, pivotal opportunity. And when we look back at the island's history, south end of the island used to be preserved down there, Florida Preserve. And along came a guy, someone you might have heard of, Mr. Santini, bought a little bit of land down there, and he built a Leonardo Arms, I think, was the first condo on the island that he built. Then he built this place called Santini Plaza, and what a anchor that's become to the south end. The island is, I miss the South Beach Grill. My wife's my favorite restaurant was down there. So it was a wonderful place. We hope it comes back. And Ian changed everything for all of us. We all know that. It took away more than buildings. It took away our rhythm. It took away our vibe for now, for now. And I think the Arches, I think Pat's presentation, the thought, I'm sitting there, I'm a detail-oriented guy. I'm that type A obsessive guy and everything. The amount of detail that Pat threw at us today is like amazing. Amazing, the care and thought that went into this. Is it perfect? No. But they're here, I believe, wholeheartedly with open arms, open minds, to do what they need to do to make it as great as possible for everyone. I firmly believe that. We all know Pat. We all know his abilities and his heart, and also the Freelands as well. So I think it's a wonderful thing that they're doing, and also just everything at one spot. The traffic. Yes, we're an island in the Gulf of America. So in the Gulf, how's that? Okay, we're an island in the Gulf, and people are going to come want to see us. And as Pat rightfully mentioned, we're never going to eliminate it. We just have to mitigate it. And so I think with a number of thoughtful things, being a destination, it's going to limit the amount of traffic, water taxis, et cetera, et cetera. I think there's a lot of great thought that went into this entire project. And I think it's wonderful to have everything. We've lost a lot of the old places. Every corner, every street brings back a memory to folks, right? We've got to look forward, and what are we going to leave behind to people who are going to come behind us and after us? So, we need to start creating new spots, new places for destinations, for enjoyment, and for having a wonderful evening and remembering it, when we took our kids there, we took our grandkids there, the legacy. So thank you all very much. And I ask that you move forward and approve this project. Thank you.
Dennis. Nick?
Hello, my name is Nick Ruland. I'm one of the owners of Snug Harbor Restaurant and lived here for quite some time, 40 some years, I guess. Anyways, and we are neighbors to the Freelands and the project, and watched that project for many, many years. It's kind of went from the gambling boat on it, so it's had some density and intensity on that property before, and which fit in well with the community then. I would, and the reduction in the size of the project was the right move, and what it will add to the community, I think there's not much question there. I would ask if you would please consider this project and move forward.
Thank you very much, Nick. Is there anybody else who would like to speak? Okay, seeing no, I thought you were going to raise your hand, Ken. Seeing no one, we'll close the public comment, and let's take a break.
How long?
7 minutes, 10 minutes. Oh, I just. Okay, it is 4:42 and we're back on track. If everybody could just calm down for a minute, we're back on track. So where we are right now is Judith. Judith, why don't we do this? Why don't, unless there's something you feel you need to put on the record, why don't we see who's got some questions for you? Or would you like to do you need to say something?
Well, so I was going to summarize a little bit. I think that there was some confusion or things that were unclear about exactly why staff has recommended denial. So I was going to go over that. And then just for the record, I have to go through the findings and conclusions. And then we have
The
deviations. The deviations and the, if you were to recommend approval, then there are staff suggested conditions that would go along with that. So those are the things that I need to get to.
Okay,
So
well
we
then
can do that
before you do that, let us
whenever.
see who's got any questions for you. So
Okay.
you could address them. We could do a big wrap up.
Okay.
Dunlap, you got any questions for?
Just you covering the reasons for denial again versus what was represented. That's what I want to hear. So,
okay.
Other than that, good.
No questions. I'd like to hear what she has to say.
No questions.
No questions.
I'm wrong. Okay, go ahead.
That was easy. So first off, I wanted to address deviation 8 and the situation with the parking. The applicant, good, uncomfortably close. The project would require a deviation even if they were only asking for a 33% reduction. I was suggesting that the 33% reduction would be the appropriate reduction to ask for, not the 50%. Only the portion on Old San Carlos is in the downtown zoning district now. I did want to clarify a little bit. Sometimes we say the downtown as a general area, but when we're talking about downtown, in this case, we're talking about what is zoned for downtown. So there are 3 zoning districts now for the parcels that we're discussing. There's the marina zoning, there's the residential, and then there's the downtown zoning. So in discussing this with the applicant, if they wanted that 50% reduction for that Old San Carlos parcel, that would be appropriate. The remainder of the property is neither now in downtown or is proposed to be in downtown, because when you create the commercial plan development, you're charged with using the commercial resort zoning, not the downtown zoning. So it's a little bit of
Charged by whom?
logistics. So the land development code says that when you're doing a CPD, you have to
LDC,
use the commercial resort zoning. So when you're considering what your regulations are, that's where you have to look. And so if you need a deviation, it would be from those regulations. So we're not comparing it to downtown. They're suggesting, I think, that the downtown would be an appropriate guide in this case because it is adjacent to downtown. It is not in the downtown zoning district, but is in what you may think of as a general downtown area. So I just wanted to clarify those 2 things. They would need a deviation in any case because they are not providing 100% of the required parking, what would be required. What I'm saying that they do provide is they provide enough to meet that 33% reduction. And that was my suggestion, that that was the appropriate deviation to ask for. I am not recommending denial because of the parking count.
Okay.
I was only suggesting that when in considering the approval or denial of the project, that deviation could be perhaps addressed individually. And it does speak to the public benefit, or what we're counting as a public benefit, because if they do not have sufficient parking to offer commercial parking, then that would not be in general a benefit to the public. And what I did say is that once they're in operation, then they will have a much clearer idea of exactly how the parking will all be used. And whether or not they will need it. And I think adding that as a condition what gives them that flexibility once they're up and running of saying, look, we did a study. We had somebody in here, providing the count. We know exactly where things are going. And it turns out we don't need all of this parking for the resort. So I added that in as a potential option and something that you could add as a condition if you wanted to,
Okay, I
or
think,
not.
is everybody
Okay.
clear on the parking?
Totally.
Yeah.
Very clear.
Move on.
Okay. The applicant did a good job of explaining the difference or the story or the development of the proposal. They showed a comparison between what they had previously proposed and what they're proposing now, and I do agree that they've done a lot of work trying to refine the proposal and get to something that would be more compatible with the neighboring conditions. When I'm looking at it, I'm comparing the existing to what the proposed is. The existing includes that marina zoning. It includes the residential zoning as well as the downtown zoning. So in thinking of what the impacts or what the potential, because mostly we're trying to mitigate any negative impacts, that's what we're taking into consideration. What's there now in terms of zoning and what could be there in the future. So I wanted to clarify that also. And to summarize that, when I talk about neighborhood compatibility, the project is compatible with the old San Carlos and that zoning category there. It, clearly works with those commercial uses, with the restaurants, the shops. It provides an anchor point, I believe that's the word that they used, on that end of the island, on the Bay Island, the Bay end of the island. And anybody visiting that property would have to walk through the downtown district, which is certainly a benefit to those businesses, in order to get to the beach. My concern is, and why we ended up recommending denial, is because of the potential for nuisance impacts and long-term changes to the single-family neighborhoods. There's two particular single-family neighborhoods, the area with Bonita Harbor south or so, and then on the other side of the canal, the Matanzas Court. The marina zoning, while being commercial, provided a buffer between the downtown zoning and those neighborhoods. It's commercial, but it was a kind of a low impact commercial in terms of nuisances to the neighbors. So that was a big part of our consideration. And in looking at the comp plan, there's elements of the project that go along with the vision of the comp plan. I don't disagree with the applicant in that. The bayfront access, the views of the bay, the promenade, that public space is certainly part of what I see also in the comp plan as a general goal. But on the reverse side, then we're weighing that against the single family neighborhood and the intrusions there. So that's kind of my summary of where we stood as staff and why we got to that recommendation. What I'm going to do now. Oh, I did want to make one more point about the transportation impact study, because Patrick brought it up. It is in your packet. We did send it out to an independent reviewer for comments. Those are not in your packet. He had several comments. Generally, he felt that the transportation study's conclusions were correct, but he had some points about the references and the appendix and sources and things like that. But he felt by the time this would move forward, if it does move forward to town council, that they would be able to address those and move that forward, and that he didn't see any reason to slow down the project because of the traffic impact study. So I did want to say that. And the other comment, I just wanted, I don't know if you want to talk about that, the stabilized area that's on the master concept plan. That's really for emergency access. we, in thinking about this, we want fire trucks, which are the largest of the emergency vehicles, to be able to access all of the buildings. We've asked them those walkovers that they have to keep them up high enough so that a fire truck could pass under them. And in terms of stabilized, so some of them are shown as grassy areas, and you can grow grass but have a stabilized foundation underneath. So it presents as green space, but then fire trucks can still drive onto it. So that was the intent there. Okay, so I think those are the main things. So if we're okay with that, I'm going to go into the findings and conclusions.
Thank you.
Okay.
Were you raising your hand? No. Okay.
Okay, starting with Land Development Code Section 34-85B. In reaching its decision, the town council shall consider the following whenever applicable. 1, whether there exists an error or ambiguity which must be corrected. No errors or ambiguities exist. Whether there exist changed or changing conditions which make approval of the request appropriate. The site as existing is damaged and in need of repair or redevelopment due to the destruction caused by Hurricane Ian. To be clear, it could be, redeveloped as a marina or something else. The impact of a proposed change on the intent of the chapter. The proposed change will not have any impact on the intent of this chapter of the Land Development Code. The CPD rezoning will allow for the redevelopment of the damaged Moss Marina structures and the adjoining properties. The testimony of any applicant, which you've heard, the recommendations of staff and the local planning agency, the testimony of the public, which you have heard, whether the request is consistent with the goals, objectives, policies, and intent, and with the densities, intensities, and general uses as set forth in the Fort Myers Beach Comprehensive Plan. So as we discussed in the beginning, the comprehensive plan amendment would need to be approved in order for this to be consistent with that.
So may I ask you a question? And we spoke about this earlier. We did. Depending on who makes the motion, if someone's making a motion to deny, obviously we still have to hear the future land use map possible changes. If someone makes a motion to approve, do they need to include in that contingency or something provided? What
It's
would
a
the word?
condition.
A condition.
A condition that a small scale amendment be approved, changing the future land use from one to the
Yes.
other.
Yep. Okay. I just wanted to
pedestrian commercial.
Yes. Okay. Got it.
Okay. So where it's asking about densities and intensities, that all points back to the comprehensive plan. When the request meets or exceeds, whether the request meets or exceeds all performance and locational standards for the proposed use will be required to meet performance standards set forth in 34-2031 and 34-2032. Whether urban services are or will be available and adequate to serve a proposed land use change, the urban services exist in this location. Whether the request will protect, conserve, or preserve environmentally critical areas and natural resources. The proposed redevelopment is located on a previously developed site which does not contain any environmentally critical areas or natural resources. And as the applicant said, they already got state approval for that boat slip removal, which otherwise might be a concern. Whether the request will be compatible with existing or planned uses and not cause damage, hazard, nuisance, or other detriment to persons or property. The request is compatible with existing or known planned commercial and civic uses adjacent to the subject redevelopment and will likely not cause damage, hazard, nuisance, or other detriment to the commercial or civic property uses of Fort Myers Beach. It is less clear whether the proposed development will cause a nuisance to the abutting single-family residences. The property was previously a working marina without buffers and adequate landscaping, and the proposed development will create additional open space and buffering to enhance the visual aesthetics of the area. Whether the location of the request places an undue burden upon existing transportation or other services and facilities and will be served by streets with the capacity to carry traffic generated by the development. The location of the proposed development immediately adjacent to the Matanzas Pass Bridge and the Old San Carlos downtown area will contain any traffic impacts to the vicinity of the development. The addition of 236 lodging units will likely impact the flow of traffic in the downtown area through guests' arrivals and departures. Once guests are parked, there would not be a need to move their vehicles until departure unless they have a planned excursion, as beach, restaurant, bars, and other amenities would be easily accessible on foot. Staff has concerns regarding the sufficiency of parking provided for commercial shared parking lots. So that's what we've already discussed about the parking, but we are in agreement with the whole park once concept, that a visitor could come to this area and access everything that they might need on foot. For planned development rezonings, see section 34-216. So we'll get there in a moment. Land Development Code section 3485C. Before granting any rezoning, the town council shall find that the requested zoning district complies with the Fort Myers Beach Comprehensive Plan, the concurrent CPA application to amend the future land use category must be approved. So I would amend that to say, instead of must be approved, must be a condition of approval in this situation to comply. The approval of the CPD application should have a condition of approval for the amendment of the comprehensive plan in order to comply with the comprehensive plan. Nancy had a better wording for that, but complies with this chapter. The proposed use complies with this chapter except in regard to deviations. And Pat pointed that out in the discussion. This is a typical statement that we make. It means mainly that they've addressed any possible inconsistencies with the commercial resort zoning. So any place where we think that they might be deviate, where deviations come from with the commercial resort requirements, they have provided for. So that's really all this sentence is saying. It's saying it is approvable should you so desire to go that route. Any other applicable town ordinances or codes. The proposed request complies with the town ordinances and codes, except in regards to the deviations, because that's the place where you're deviating from the code section. For planned development rezoning, see section 34-216 of this chapter for additional findings. The recommendation made to the town council must be supported by the guidelines set forth, 3485, which we covered. In addition, the findings must address whether the following criteria can be satisfied. The proposed use or mix of uses is appropriate at the subject location. Staff's response is that the proposed mix of uses, lodging, commercial, restaurant, is appropriate in this location in general. However, the COP area of Building E and the request for ambient noise at that location may create a nuisance for the single family homes across the canal. I would also ask that you consider the impact of the sunset deck, as well as you brought up their impact on the neighbors to the south. Sufficient safeguards to the public interest are provided by the recommended special conditions to the concept plan or by other applicable regulations. The linear park buffer, the bayfront public access, the view corridors from the neighborhood, separation between buildings acts as safeguards to the public interest. The applicant is proposing signage to reduce resort vehicles accessing that neighborhood, and the abutting single-family neighborhood may be impacted by noise and increased traffic. The applicant is proposing signage and also recirculation to train people away from that single-family neighborhood, but we can't say for certain that there's going to be zero intrusion. And the impact of noise is also a consideration here. All recommended special conditions are reasonably related to the impact on the public's interest created by or expected from the proposed development. All recommended conditions are related to the public interest. This is here again when we're thinking about those proposed conditions, thinking about the public interest and how we're meeting that. The proposed use meets all specific requirements of the comprehensive plan that are relevant to the requested plan development. The comp plan amendment application to amend the future land use category has to be a condition of approval for this CPD application in order for us to state that the proposal is in compliance with the comprehensive plan. I think we all understand that at this point. Land Development Code Section 34-216A4 requires that the local planning agency's recommendation must approve with modification or reject each requested deviation based upon the finding that. So I'm not going to go through each deviation one by one. I'm just going to tell you where staff disagrees. Each item enhances the achievement of the objectives of the plan development. Staff concurs except for deviation 8. The general intent of this chapter to protect the public health, safety, and welfare will be preserved and promoted. Staff concurs, and that's with the deviations. That each deviation operates to the benefit, or at least not to the detriment of the public interest. Staff concurs. Each deviation is consistent with the Fort Myers Beach Comprehensive Plan. See above. If the local planning agency concludes that the application omits necessary deviations, it may include the necessary deviations in its recommendation without an additional hearing. Okay. So now we get to recommendations. Staff finds that the CPD with deviations does not meet the criteria set forth in section 3485B and C and 34-216-2 of the Land Development Code and recommends denial of CPD 2023-0151, a request for a CPD with deviations. If the town's LPA recommends approval for the CPD application, staff recommends the following conditions of approval. Also in listening, I may want to think about adding some things to that. The applicant is correct that I did suggest on here removal of the COP from that building E. I also suggested reducing the hours for ambient noise as well. The other point I disagreed with their recommended conditions is that ride hailing spot, well, I think it's a good idea. It should not be the same location as the Lee Tran stop. And mostly that's because I don't think that Lee Tran is going to be in agreement with that. They don't like to have other things impeding their transit, because if the Uber driver happens to be there at the same time as the tram needs to stop, then it provides a conflict. And so I think that should be a separate location. Okay, so I'm going to go through those conditions now. Owner will provide an accessible, stabilized surface for the area between Harbor Court and Bonita Street for emergency personnel vehicles. This is on site, not on the public street. The master concept plan indicates the access points at Harbor Court and Bonita Street provide for emergency limited access only. Limited access is intended to allow vehicles that have unintentionally driven down Harbor Court or Bonita Street to temporarily access the Arches property, maneuver through the turnaround area, and then exit the property. The intent of this is Pat said, is to not provide gates, to have that kind of open access into the property from the neighborhood. If you put a gate there, that impedes your views of the water. It also makes it a little bit less friendly. And then allowing those vehicles to turn around on the property instead of having to turn around on the street. That's the idea there. All walkover pedestrian bridges will be constructed at a height to permit fire and other emergency vehicles to pass underneath. Night controlled access will be a system of gated sections with keypad or scanning capabilities to only allow employees, current registered owners, guests of the property, and emergency personnel to enter and exit the property from these locations during the night. This came up during discussions with staff. We want to make sure it's safe. Sometimes when you have a narrow space with a whole lot of shrubbery, and it can be a place for unwanted activities, let's put it that way. And so by having that security, they kind of close it off in the evening, so you're not opening yourself up to things you don't want. Access to the Arches Resort through the easement number on First Street shall be limited to vehicular travel. I would like to see some agreement there for that easement. I think pedestrians probably will use it just because that's how people are. They're going to look for the shortest distance between A and B. It's not set up now for pedestrian. There's no sidewalk. There's not really lighting there. So I would like to see the applicant kind of attempt to work with the neighboring property owners there and come up with some kind of improvement. It's not on their property. The other thing I would suggest is putting some kind of plantings or something on their side of the property to discourage people from walking through there. So that's that. Detailed landscaping plan showing the location and type of all plantings must be provided with the development order. They've already shown you a significant amount of landscaping. This would cover the specific species and locations. Vehicular access to the resort will be directed to Arches Way. Local traffic only, no through traffic signage will be placed immediately west of the intersection of Third and Arches to minimize vehicular trips within that neighborhood. They will have to work with town staff, and we may want to add that as a condition, that they work with town staff on the location and standardized signage. Ride hailing spot must be a separate spot from the Lee Tran stop location. I've added that in. I would also like to add in now with sufficient lighting just for safety. If it's not going to be, because we've talked about maybe moving its current location to a different spot, it may need additional lighting as well. Okay. Applicant shall remove the COP location at the 100 level amenity deck of building E from the master concept plan. Again, that's where I differ from the applicant. Hours of operation: the Arches Gateway Restaurant and rooftop deck at the corner of San Carlos Boulevard and 3rd Street will operate 7 a.m. to midnight. Amplified sound will be oriented away from adjacent residential properties. Sunset deck, you may want to consider these hours as well, 7 a.m. to midnight, and amplified sound until 9 p.m. Amplified sound will be oriented away from adjacent residential properties. So maybe in thinking about how they're orienting the sound away, maybe that's the location of the speakers. Speakers can be no closer than X number of feet from the edge of the deck. Commercial Plaza Restaurant along the Bayfront Promenade, 7 a.m. to midnight. Pool deck, buildings B and C, 7 a.m. to midnight. Pool deck, building E, 7 a.m. to 1 hour after sunset, and amplified sound, ambient music only from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Amplified sound will be oriented away from adjacent residential properties. Outdoor deck area by the events chapel and reception hall, building D, 7 a.m. to midnight. Okay. And I think that's where we are. In considering also the building E, the applicant has represented that this is going to be a hotel condo and that is going to have a different clientele. For our purposes, for zoning purposes, it's a hotel. And again, this goes back to conditions of approval. We're going to treat it as a hotel, conditioning one building to be under a different ownership structure than another building. I don't know that that makes sense in a zoning ordinance. I don't know that it makes sense necessarily at all, because from a public standpoint, we're treating it as a hotel. I don't think it's appropriate to put code compliance in charge of going onto a private property and are you supposed to be here? Are you not supposed to be here? I think from a public standpoint, treating it all as a hotel resort from a zoning point of view makes the most sense and is cleanest for everybody. We don't necessarily want to be responsible for being involved in their operations, and if that's what they want to do, we don't have a problem with it. But in terms of regulation and how we're going to treat this building different from the other building, that's hard for us to.
Are they asking you to do that?
No.
Well, what they're talking about is like the
I know the difference in the operation, but is
Yeah.
that anything to do with your zoning? You're telling me it doesn't.
well, we're talking about the pool deck and the uses, and what they're saying is that it's going to be a different clientele at
Yeah, I
that
get
specific
that, but for
building
zoning,
than
it's
the
the
other
same
one.
For you.
Yes.
Okay, we're good with it.
Yes.
Yeah, we can treat it just as we would either
As
the
another
sunset deck
location.
or as,
Exactly.
yes.
Yes,
Exactly.
because essentially we don't know whether somebody's going to be there
Right.
for a month
We
or a
got
day.
it. Got it.
Okay.
Got it.
I did make some notes about this potential agreement and what can go in that. I know Patrick's not a fan of this, but I do think that this is not a development agreement. It is a rezoning, and so I think it's important to think about what's appropriate for zoning rules versus other kinds of agreements. And I do think it's important to think through how things get enforced, because if there's no enforcement, anybody can represent something as a benefit, and then we have no way to check on it or enforce it in the long run. But there are certain elements of what they're saying that I think could be included into the site plan itself. So as Patrick said, they are committing to the capital improvement for the ferry terminal, and so they would only be allowed to use it for that purpose, and if they needed change, they would have to come back. Where are they putting the bicycles and the golf carts? Even if that's just a statement of they're going to put X number, in the parking deck.
Let's leave that
Okay.
basket aside for a minute.
Okay.
Just for a minute. Okay. Does anybody have a question for Judith at this point? John?
No.
Jim? Jim? Nobody?
Can I ask just a clarification question? So with the condition of approval of the comprehensive plan, it would be your opinion that the approval would be consistent with the comp plan as amended?
Yes.
Okay. I just want to make that crystal
That
clear
was kind of our
because
understanding from the beginning of it.
I got it, but the primary role of the LPA is really a finding of consistency
Absolutely.
with the comprehensive plan. So if she is recommending denial in whatever fashion, I want to make sure that the record reflects that the denial is based on the land development code, but that the proposal is consistent with the comp plan.
I think that's
Okay.
That's all I was trying to make
That's
clear.
just process question then,
Appreciate
Madam
it.
Chair.
Yeah.
I don't even know how to think about a motion with this level of detail that we're being exposed to and recommended to be included. Seems very different than what we would normally do on master concept plans, et cetera. So at some point, Judith, if you're going to guide us to that, the basket is huge right now. It's different on two sides. Some are zoning, some is forcible, some isn't, et cetera. So before you leave, I'd like to hear what you need from us specifically, and what a motion would have to, what level of granularity a motion have to go down to be legitimate in your mind, that it represents an approval or a denial.
And that could also be something, Jim, that is a recommendation from us that the council needs to
I see.
handle at the
I
other
see.
end, so that it's
Okay.
not, we're not, I mean, your brains can only handle so much. So if there are no questions for Judith, are there any questions for the applicant?
Anita, I have one more.
Okay.
Okay. So as a possible condition, something to the effect, it's very general, an agreement for benefits and commitments that are not otherwise reflected on the site plan
Or the conditions, because sometimes we put things
or
in
in the
yeah.
conditions.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions for the applicant? Jim?
No.
Doug, do you have any questions for the applicant?
No.
Jane?
No, I have some discussion.
Okay. You have any questions for the applicant?
No.
John?
I'd like to know whether or not the applicant would be open to modifying the amplified music on the sunset deck.
Yep, me too. So Ben, could you come up? Because I have three things I want to ask you for. And I'm not going to ask Patrick because I don't want a middleman.
Yeah.
I don't want a middleman. John, go ahead first.
My first question is, are you open to modifying the amplified music, both hours and perhaps type of amplified music, specifically on the sunset deck?
We were just discussing that.
On
What I'd like to
building
do
E.
is
No, no,
now.
no, this is
Sunset
not,
Deck,
not building
Oh,
E.
for
building E.
Not building E.
Yeah.
This is the one that's facing into the,
Yeah, I think we'd like to put a plan together and come back and council with it
okay.
for recommendation. So we understand the concern. And I don't know that I'm ready right now to commit what the right solution is, but we know noise is an issue and we're
It's a
willing
deal
to
breaker.
address it.
It's a
Yes.
deal breaker for me, Ben.
But we're going to
And I'm gonna
address
tell
it.
you why. So, there's three little things in the
Okay.
scheme of things for this monumental project
Okay.
that that right now I think are super important. One, that sunset deck needs to have only ambient music,
Okay.
and it probably doesn't need to have a bar, but I'm going to leave the bar alone. And I'm just going to stick with the ambient music. Okay. That's number one. Number two, there needs to be some kind of buffering between the Matanzas houses, Robbins and the Bonhams house in that last building. I didn't realize there was no buffering there. It's like they have no buffering. Now, maybe that's something you can think about. But the last one is something that Judith brought up to me when I very first talked to her about this, and it's come up several times now, and that is that building E, that should only have ambient music as well.
It does.
It
At
does.
the pool.
It
And
does.
that
That's right.
no COP at that particular location.
Not even indoors. I thought we agreed.
Oh, no, indoors. Indoors is fine. It's outdoors.
Yeah, I
Well,
thought
see,
we already
it's the
agreed to
pool.
that.
COP, I thought the
Like when they
conversation,
carry the drinks outside.
that's what they would do.
Yeah, we already
Okay.
agreed to that.
Yeah, yeah,
So,
Okay.
and I, is there, you saying issue with ambient music from the sunset?
No.
No, I think that's fine. I'll agree to that.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Anything else?
Good.
I must think about it now since I'm on a roll.
Wait a minute.
See what else you
All
can
right,
get.
let me throw one
Just
more
give
out.
me a minute, Ben.
My apologies. For the record, if I get straight, can we just get a little summary of what occurred? So we have ambient music, just so that we can keep it clear. to our-
Ambient music
On the-
only
In our
at
record.
the,
On the
at the
sunset.
sunset
And is
deck.
there a
Slow
time
down.
frame
Writing
you want
Sarah's
to end
wait,
it at?
writing it too. So
Ambient music only on the sunset deck. Are we okay with the hours?
Till midnight?
7 a.m. to 10 p.m. to midnight.
How about
9
to consistency an hour after
After
sunset,
sunset, that-
since it's
Yeah.
a sunset grill?
It takes up the daylight savings issue and all that.
Okay, because that's mentioned someplace else.
It is.
How's that for you, Ms. Strayhorn?
So I've heard, I think, a couple of different things. So the request is ambient only on the sunset deck, which is in building E,
No,
Nope.
No.
or building B, sorry.
That's it.
Building
Building B, I used the wrong letter.
We
In
know this
building B.
development now.
Yeah.
7
Building B
a.m.
from
to
7
1 hour after sunset.
To 1 hour after sunset. I think
Which
the
is
timing
actually-
is a new element.
but currently
should
it
fit
says
what you're
9
trying to do.
p.m. which
9 p.m.
It's 7 a.m. to midnight.
It is currently 7 a.m. to midnight,
Correct.
so you
And-
want it.
1 hour.
No,
after
no, the
sunset.
music.
The music.
There's
Just
two
the
The
hours.
elements.
music goes till 9.
There's two elements.
So amplified sound till 9.
Well, we're
Mhm.
ambient, yes.
Till
9
9.
o'clock.
1 hour after sunset.
I think if we put them,
I've heard three.
Okay, wait, you can't
Different
talk. You can't talk off the off
So
the mic.
ambient music until, your proposal is until 1 hour after sunset.
and it would make sense to be consistent that those are the hours of operation of that deck, in my opinion.
consistent with, so just continue it, consistent with hours of operation.
Correct.
So hours of
Wait,
operation.
wait, you're suggesting that the bar, the deck closes 1 hour after sunset?
Mm,
No, I don't.
No,
I
I
don't-
don't,
I
I wouldn't
don't
agree
agree
with
with
that.
Okay.
I don't.
Yeah,
I don't
I don't
know.
agree. I don't
No way.
agree with that.
Here's that's-
to help the process.
Middleman's back.
What I would suggest is you guys tell us exactly clearly what you want.
Yeah, we're trying to.
And
get
then
there.
you give us some time to just give us a little recess so we can discuss it.
We have
because
another
the
meeting.
Back and forth like this is no good.
Yeah, I understand.
So if
We're
you-
going to go one by one. So right now, we're discussing the Sunset Deck Building B, ambient music only, 7 a.m. to 1 hour after sunset. But that doesn't mean that it has to close.
That's right.
Right. Hours of
All right,
operation
So
till
in
midnight.
winter, during season, that's going to be really early.
Just for the music.
Just for the music. Just for the music. It's just to keep sound down.
What would the problem until 9 p.m. be? Because that's going to be an hour after sunset, late in the.
in the summer.
in the summer, but it's going to give you
I'm okay
the
with 9
season.
o'clock.
I just think
You
that's
okay with 9
I'm
o'clock?
okay with 9.
What do you think, Doug?
Yeah, I'm okay with 9 o'clock
What
for
do you think?
music
9
and
o'clock.
midnight
Speak
for
speak
being
very loud,
open.
midnight.
I think
Okay,
it's
9
fine.
o'clock.
You got
very
it.
good.
9 o'clock. I feel like I'm getting ready to sell.
Sorry, if
car.
I could just read what's there now, because it sounds like you're agreeing with what we already have. So the
No,
hours
no.
for the sunset deck, hours of operation, we had 7 a.m. to midnight
Right.
with amplified music until
Amplified or ambient?
Ambient.
Ambient
Ambient.
music.
it says amplified. So
But
you
we're
want to
saying
change that
ambient.
to ambient.
Ambient music.
Till 9.
So no live, just to be clear, I'm going to put no
Ambient
live
music.
music. What? No,
Only ambient music.
no live.
Until 9 p.m. or 1 hour after sunset, whichever is longer.
Well, right now it says
We know what it says. We're telling you what one
until
to
9.
say.
You
That's
want to
right.
say until 9 or
No,
1
just
hour
say
after
9.
sunset.
Just 9.
Just make it 9. Period. 9.
Okay.
9.
that's
Okay.
easy.
Got it.
And on the
That's
on
number
the
1.
Okay, that's number 1.
building B,
That is building B.
no, I mean building E,
Building E.
no COP outside and
No,
that pool.
they can consume outside. They
just
can't have a bar
Okay.
outside.
That's the deal.
And
That's
so,
the deal. And ambient music only.
And should that pool close 1 hour after sunset?
The pool?
Well, that's what Margaritaville does.
Well, we just,
We or staff?
Could you make them consistent? So all the pools, all the ambient music stops at the same time?
It's not just the music, it's the use
of the pool, yeah.
of the pool. So there's not, what time does the hotel pool close?
In our, so in the application submitted, we have the building E pool deck, which is 7 a.m. to 1 hour after sunset, and the pool deck, which is contained in building B and C from 7 a.m. to midnight. So the internal
So
is
you
a
can
little
go
bit
there if you
longer
want to.
than the building E, which is
Right,
I think that's appropriate.
right.
Good with
So
that.
1 hour after sunset for building.
So can you tell me what's the deal with the buffering on building E, on the building on the bay?
It's
That
just
there's no
40 feet.
buffering for Robin Atwood's and the Bonhama's house?
There, for the record, Patrick Van Ness. So what we have is we have 40 feet of separation. We have a type A buffer, which is a minimal buffer by code. That's the vegetated portion of it, a buffer.
So there's no wall there.
Yeah. So what we can do is we're happy to come back with enhanced plantings along there. That's not a problem. And we can, again, I think the intent is you're asking us to thicker plantings, more lush, provide some screening.
I'm asking you to give them comfort.
We can come back at council with a proposal on that.
Even if it's palm trees to
Does-
hold
does-
the view away from their balconies and
Yeah.
things like that would be,
We can do that,
Preferable.
no problem.
Okay.
I don't want to block the
Okay.
view of the
How,
bay and the
how are you on
canal.
all
I mean,
of this now?
I don't
I'm
want-
good.
You're good.
I'm
How,
good.
how are you on all of this now, Doug?
I'm good.
Jane?
Good.
Good.
John? And Judith, how are you on all this? You got it?
Okay.
Okay. And Nancy?
I'm fine.
You got it? And Patrick? And how about you, Ms. Strayhorn?
Satisfied.
Okay, everyone's satisfied. Okay, who's gonna make a
I'd be
motion?
glad to make a motion if I could get 3 co-writers to help include it.
I,
But I will go on the
I
record.
can try.
Oh,
I,
you're gonna try it?
I'm going to try to make
Okay,
a motion.
great.
Damn, the engineer's going
Test.
for it.
We'll test this out. I make a motion to recommend approval of the CPD with conditions. The first conditions being a small comprehensive plan amendment gets approved. The second condition is that we accept all of staff's recommended conditions of approval, including the ones that we've just discussed, that Judith added to her list as we were discussing and that we've discussed as a group just now.
So I think the right word there is we've modified some of hers with some specificity. So if you could just, if that's what you're representing, I think I'm in total agreement.
And then C, a condition that we document we memorialize the agreements of additional public benefits that are not shown on the site plan in some form of document and attach it to the
Second.
agreement.
Well, wait, what about the sunset deck and building?
Well, that was included in my condition B. with-
Okay, okay, okay. So there's a motion by Doug and seconded by this Jim for approval. Is there any discussion? I'm going to discuss. So Ben, I called Bill Spakowski and I had a lovely conversation with him, and which led me to reading the old San Carlos plan, reading sections of the comprehensive plan. And I know people criticize me because I'm always thinking about what we've done, but it's important what we've done. But what it made me recognize is that those neighborhoods, the first neighborhood that really changed, you'll remember, is when the swing bridge went down and the sky bridge came over. It changed everything in there. I mean, the Kohler's whole life was cut in half. So it's changed dramatically. Times Square, when the town incorporated, changed dramatically. There have been a lot of changes there. And your project is also going to change things dramatically. But I think that it does embody, even with the crazy things of, you know, it's high, it's dense, it's whatever. I think it takes the spirit of what we were hoping for and makes it real. And I appreciated the changes you made, and I appreciate even more the ones you're making here on the fly to accommodate that neighborhood, because it is going to change their neighborhood. And I hope in a way, maybe it gives them some opportunities somewhere down the road. I don't know, but it was a difficult decision for me to come to. I really hated everyone assuming I was going to vote no, because I was enthusiastic when you showed me this project. I was happy about the changes you made, and I really have flipped and flopped and flipped and flopped, and today made all the difference in the world. And you know, I thought about Tracy Gore during the Margaritaville case, because she was so emotional and so stressed. She wanted to vote yes, but she knew all her neighbors would hate her over it. And I just feel like people are going to think I'm not being true, but I think I'm doing the right thing. So congratulations, Ben.
Call the question.
We're going to call it. We're going to call it in just a second. Doug, your vote.
Aye.
Jim?
Yes.
John?
Aye.
Anita's aye. Jane?
Aye.
And Jim?
Aye.
It passes
Unanimous.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Jim. Thank
We
you
have
very
more.
much. Yes, I know. So now just hold tight. Hold tight. Hold tight.
Wait, we've got to
Okay.
do comp
We have
plan
that's
amendment.
what I'm saying. Hold tight. Hold
Small
tight.
one, it says.
Okay, so the next item is a comprehensive plan amendment, marina and mixed residential FLU, future land use, to pedestrian commercial FLU. So you know, it says it right there. You want me to still say it again?
You didn't read the entire title.
I read this highlighted part. Now I'm going to
Oh.
read the title.
Right, okay.
Arches Comprehensive Plan Amendment. Hey, girlies. Arches Comprehensive Plan Amendment. An ordinance of the town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, amending the town of Fort Myers Beach adopted future land use map dated January 1st, 1999 for properties located at 450, 445, 441, and 436 Harbor Court, 435, and 438 Bonita Street, also respectively identified as strap numbers 2446234300270000. On the record here, do I really have to read them all? I read them previously.
Okay. As stated in the agenda.
In the agenda.
Okay.
On Fort Myers Beach, from mixed residential and marina to pedestrian commercial, providing for clarifications as necessary, providing for conflicts of law, Scrivener's errors, severability, and providing for an effective date. Okay, Judith. And Judith, thank you very much for all the work you did. You did a really good job.
Happy to do it. So I would like to apologize. There is a typo in here. I forgot to take out Jim Inc.'s information. He is no longer attached to the project. It is being applied for by the neighborhood company. So I
That's
apologize
okay.
for that. The Freeland Florida Holding LLC, owner of the subject property, and the neighborhood company, applicant for the owner, are requesting a comprehensive plan, future land use map amendment. The amendment requests a change of 3.53 acres of marina future land use known as Moss Marina and 1 acre of mixed residential future land use to pedestrian commercial. There are no proposed text amendments to the comprehensive plan. So this means it's a map change only. We're not changing any of the content. So everything is will completely have to fall under pedestrian commercial. And the number of properties, some of the properties are already in pedestrian commercial, so it's a different number of properties than we previously talked about, parcels. As you know, the applicant has also applied for a commercial plan development that encompasses the 3 additional properties that are already mapped as pedestrian commercial and do not need to be amended here. That is 935, 939 3rd Street and 401 Old San Carlos Boulevard. The marina future land use is defined as designed for prime sites that can provide access to valuable waters around Fort Myers Beach. The category provides services for recreational boating, including related accessory uses, provided that they don't displace recreational marina services. It continues on from there, but essentially it's for marinas and marina and boat related things only. Other land use designations allow for marinas to be contained within them, but also allow for other uses as well. The mixed use residential future land use category is defined as designed for older subdivisions with mixed housing types on smaller lots, newer high-rise buildings and mobile homes, which are not really any longer allowed, and RV parks. This category will ensure that Fort Myers Beach retains a variety of neighborhoods and housing types. For new development, the maximum density is 6 dwelling units per acre. And that's typical in many future land use categories across the island. The combined marina and mixed residential parcels could allow a total of 295,990 square feet of floor area through a CPD. The current zoning districts allow a lower square footage. The proposed change to pedestrian commercial could allow a total of 493,317 square feet through a CPD. It's an increase of almost 200,000 square feet of development potential. So you see in changing the future land use, you're also changing the potential of what can be built and the value of that property because of the increased square footage that you have available to you. In terms of neighborhood compatibility, the current comprehensive plan refers to this area as the north end in one section and the core area in another section. It describes that north end area as follows. The north end of the island retains its residential and resort identity. Its motel rooms, older cottages, and high rises all benefit their proximity to Bowditch Point and the downtown core area, yet are comfortably removed from seasonal traffic congestion and outdoor entertainment activities that many residents find intrusive. Okay, so if you take a look at the staff report, it goes over where these different designations are found now. I'm not going to go through all the infrastructure impacts. They're provided in the staff report. Overall impacts, since the Fort Myers Beach Comprehensive Plan was approved in 1999, there have been changes in marina operations. The comprehensive plan specifically identifies 4 marinas. Island Bay Marina, which was relatively small, was destroyed by Hurricane Ian and has not yet been rebuilt, and we don't know whether it will be. The Snook Bight Marina appears to be now located at the former Mid-Island Marina as identified on the comp plan, and Fishtail Marina remains at the original location. Neither of the 2 remaining marinas, minus Moss Marina, are located in close proximity to the downtown area. Although the proposed CPD would increase the wet slips, the dry dock storage and servicing of boats would no longer be present. Okay, findings and conclusions. Proposals to amend the future land use map must meet comprehensive plan policy. Should I break and let them present before I get to findings? Sorry, I'm just kept going.
So she gave an introduction. Do you want her to go ahead and just finish?
Sure, go ahead and finish.
Um, Policy 4C10 for map amendments. The intensity and density levels allowed by the future land use map may be increased through formal amendments, which is this process, to the plan if such increases are clearly in the public interest, not just in the private interest of a petitioning landowner. Petitions from landowners will be accepted annually. The town council may accept applications more frequently at its sole discretion. The LPA must make a recommendation to town council based on whether the proposed comprehensive plan amendment is in the best interest of the town of Fort Myers Beach. The following segments of the comprehensive plan may assist the LPA in determining that interest and impact. But in general, it comes back to clearly in the public interest is what you're charged with determining here. The marina future land use category limits the uses and therefore the potential economic impacts of the land. Policy 4B7 marina in the comprehensive plan is designed to provide water access to the water bodies around Fort Myers Beach. All marina uses listed in 4B7 are permitted in the pedestrian commercial designation as well. As Fort Myers Beach is an island, both visual and physical access to the water is an important component. The changes to the future land use category will not necessarily limit access to the water. I would point out that they will be a different kind of access. In the coastal management element, the section on land use conflicts notes in a few cases, marinas are completely surrounded by residential dwellings and the only road access is by residential street, thus limiting future expansion potential to protect other existing uses. This site currently falls into this category. The rezoning proposal provides an alternate access road to the site that avoids use of the existing residential streets by the proposed development. However, this is not a restriction of the future land use category, but is provided in the comprehensive plan development proposal. Policy 1B7, pedestrian commercial, states that commercial activities must contribute to the pedestrian-oriented public realm. The proposed map amendment would allow further development to contribute to this goal for Old San Carlos and Times Square. Any new development in this area would be required to be pedestrian oriented. This land use category also encourages a mix of uses to contribute to the vibrancy of the area. Objective 3D, Times Square, is to stimulate the revitalization of the downtown core area near Times Square as the nucleus of commercial and tourist activities. The enlargement of the pedestrian commercial future land use would increase the number of available land uses permitted at the site. As stated by the applicant, the Old San Carlos Boulevard commercial corridor will benefit from the expansion of the pedestrian commercial designation, and a redevelopment project on the bay will complement the recently completed Margaritaville Resort and the proposed redevelopment of the Times Square on the Gulf side. This creates two significant anchors and will encourage a vibrant and sustainable downtown district. The Old San Carlos corridor has long been identified as an area where infill development should be encouraged. Staff finds that the request to amend the future land use map to change 3.53 acres of marina future land use and 1 acre of mixed residential future land use to pedestrian commercial future land use is not clearly in the public interest. Creating additional commercial land adjacent to the existing downtown does not necessarily provide a benefit to the town and will result in traffic and noise impacts to nearby residential uses through elimination of the buffer between the intense commercial districts and the neighborhood, which could increase conflict. Additionally, the area lacks sufficient pedestrian and bicycle infrastructure to support the proposed amendment, which will increase density and intensity. So you may notice I've pointed out places where I think that the proposal is in keeping with the vision of the comprehensive plan and places where it also differs. In our recommendation, staff has reviewed the request for a comprehensive plan amendment and found that the comprehensive plan amendment request does not meet the requirements set forth in section 3492 and comprehensive plan policy 4C10. Therefore, staff recommends denial of CPA 2023-0152. If the LPA finds that the concurrent CPD application for this area adequately demonstrates that the proposed development is clearly, and in quotation marks because that's the language from the comp plan, is clearly in the public interest, not just in the private interest of a petitioning landowner, approval could be granted. Approval of CPA 2023-0152 would be recommended if the CPD application is found by the LPA to sufficiently address policy 4C10. Is any questions on that?
Thank you, Judith. Any questions for Judith?
Nope.
Nope.
Okay, thank you. Patrick? Or
Yes.
Megan?
Me again. Good afternoon. For the record, Megan Strayhorn, attorney for the applicant, landowner, Freeland Holdings, Florida, LLC. We are here on the comprehensive plan amendment. At this time, take this. My apologies. There are some items that we would like to enter into the evidentiary record. This was entered into the evidentiary record for the CPD. We're asking it to be admitted into this record. As you all know and may remember, this comprehensive plan amendment came before this board about a year ago. This project has been working on by the owners since shortly after Ian. So there was a lot of community outreach and public discussion about what the project would look like, and that's what is contained in this PowerPoint presentation. We also ask for the records to include the hearing that took place on April 9th in 2024. For the record, my name is Megan Strayhorn. I already said that. We are here for the comprehensive plan amendment. And we have a full presentation that does not look like it's this presentation, but we have a full presentation if you all would like for us to go through it. Sorry, I'm just looking at this. This looks like this is the old presentation for the comprehensive, for the CPD rezoning. And while we're figuring that out, I'll just give a little brief introduction. Thank you, staff, for explaining the comprehensive plan amendment request. This is requesting to amend the future land use of 7 of the parcels, 3 of which are already designated pedestrian commercial. So we're asking to utilize that and extend it throughout the rest of the project. You all have heard the commercial plan development, which has been approved. So by approving the commercial plan amendment, one concern that was brought up a year ago was, how do we know what's going to happen with this project? Well, now we know. So I will leave it. Let's try this one. This is the right one? Okay. Got it. Okay. So now we're here for the comprehensive plan amendment request. I've introduced the team. We have Mr. Patrick Benas, who is a certified planner with the neighborhood company. We have Ken Gallagher with the neighborhood company, as well as the owners, Ben and Thomas Freeland. LPA, would you like for us to go through with the expert testimony? Do you have any questions at this time?
What's your pleasure?
No questions.
No questions.
I
We
don't
ask
think
that everything be submitted into the record.
Thank you very much.
So did you want to have any comment from your planner as
Yes.
to
Can you-
Judith's comments?
Yes, we're gonna spare you this entire presentation, and I'm gonna skip directly
No, please.
to our conclusions. Again, based on my professional planning experience, all the discussions we've had today, the CPD and the safeguards in the CPD, it is my expert opinion that the proposed CPA is consistent with the intent and the vision of the comprehensive plan. And that based on our testimony, submitted documents, this presentation that should be in the record, we respectfully request a recommendation for approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick.
Mr. Benes, do you believe that the commercial plan development is clearly in the interest of the town?
Yes, I think the CPD, we've demonstrated that through the entire application, provides numerous benefits, and we've put in the safeguards needed to mitigate for any potential impacts.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Strayhorn. Any questions for the staff or for the applicant? Any
Nope.
discussion?
Nope.
Nope.
Anyone want to make a motion?
Public comment.
Public comment, yes. Gosh, it's almost 6 o'clock. Yes, I see him back there. Dale, come on up. Anybody else want to make public comment on this?
Dale Bonema, 725 Matanzas Court. So, I guess we're on the losing end of this, we can feel it. I mean, we're very disappointed that you do not want to follow the directives of your professional planners. Don't understand that. They're saying it doesn't meet the requirements, but not much we can do. I guess it's very disappointing that having lived here through that whole Margaritaville battle, which went on for years, I can't understand why Arches is going to be allowed to be over twice the height on residential properties when Margaritaville was on commercial properties. And that height thing just got hammered and hammered. But I guess it's a different time. Build big, and I don't know. It'll probably be nicer than Lauderdale. So another unrelated issue, which I might as well bring up, is that we are going to lose potentially 30% of our property value. And I think one issue with that is going to be we're right against the commercial. And I just don't think that we should be restricted going ahead with this 30-day rental. And I know it has nothing to do with today, but I'm bringing it up. And this whole short-term rental ordinance, we just can't touch. That's just like a holy document. But perhaps in the coming months and years, we're kind of getting out of renting our home. But as far as the value of our property, at some point, I think we are going to want to ask to have our zoning changed to allow for weekly rentals. I think it's only fair. We're against this huge resort, and that would possibly give us 10% of our lost value back. So I hope when we come before this committee in the future that you'll take that into consideration to give us some relief from the changing neighborhood and dynamics. So thank you for listening to us, and that is all.
Thank you. Leah, you said you had comments. Does anybody else want to speak?
Good afternoon, everyone. Chris Mastero, 923 3rd Street. I'll keep this short because it's been a long afternoon and a longer day for y'all. This is a big project, and usually projects of this scale offer a lot more public benefits. And I just want to put out there and ask the applicants to dig a little bit deeper on these public benefits. A really bad issue for our neighborhood is storm drainage. Harbor Court floods every time it rains. 3rd Street floods every time it rains. I have a letter from a previous utilities director that says the system that belongs to Mas Marina is what needs to be utilized to fix the flooding on your street. Maybe the neighborhood could reach out to Mas Marina and ask for assistance. The town would be happy to put in pipes to the Mas Marina system, etc., etc. We've asked them in the past. They've said no. This is the time where y'all can dig a little bit deeper and help your neighbors and truly provide a public benefit to something that's going to drastically change our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Okay, Leah?
Hi, Leah Gregg. Messing with this thing. So a few more consideration points just for the Freelands here in closing. So first, congratulations, you got your first step accomplished. So maneuvering as staff claims through the turnaround area and then exiting the property on Bonita Street or Harbor Court, it just sounds like it's going to be so cumbersome and not efficient, especially for an emergency
Leah,
vehicle.
I hate to do this to you,
What?
but this is about the comprehensive plan amendment.
Okay.
So
So can I make any comments about the development in regard to that?
go ahead. Go
Okay.
ahead. Go ahead.
All right.
Go ahead.
I'm not sure what.
Go
All right.
ahead.
So I also want to ask, I just want to make sure that it's safer if we need an emergency vehicle. Real short, I walk by Margaritaville parking lot almost every day, and the beeps for the cars hitting the remotes, beep, 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 beep. It's every time I walk by there all day. So I would just ask you, please, please, please consider, or not even consider, but please soundproof the garages so we don't have to hear that sitting in our backyards. Infrastructure. If you're going to change this land development use from an operating marina to business, is this infrastructure there? This is a huge, huge compound. Is the infrastructure there? I could tell you, Cape Coral, if any of you have ever been up there, they lose water quite frequently. They turn on their shower, nothing. We don't want that to happen in the beach. And I never heard anybody talking about infrastructure if we change this land development use. It's very important. And to Chris's point, proper drainage. That neighborhood, they never received drainage like the rest of the town did. They don't have any of the big drains like I do on Palermo Circle. So again, if this is approved, please, please, please make sure the proper drainage is in place so we don't get flooded with the slightest rainfall, because it already happens there. With your development, it could be a lot worse. So that's it. And one last question. So if a developer can ask for land change usage, can a residential as well? Can we come in and say, hey, I'd like to turn my house into a business/resident? Is that an opportunity that we can do? Thank you.
Thank you, Leah. Anyone else? Okay, the public comment is closed. Any other questions for the staff or the applicant? And if not, would someone like to make a motion?
I guess I could make a motion again.
It's your day, Doug.
I would like to make a motion that we recommend approval of the comprehensive plan amendment because that we did find that the concurrent CPD was in the public interest.
Second.
Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Congratulations, folks. Okay, the next item on our agenda is we're recessing as the local planning agency and convening as the historic board to approve minutes. So we are recessing as the LPA at 5:55.
Freshened up now.
So could we approve the minutes of October 22nd, 2024, which is simply that we did just this. Would somebody make a motion,
So
please?
moved.
Thank you,
Second.
Jim. Thank you, Jim.
Aye.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
We'll now adjourn as the historic. Oh, please, can you guys please hold it down? Please hold it down. Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
before you totally adjourn, the record should just reflect that Don Sunneth was not present at the Historic Preservation
Oh, yes.
meeting, and if you want to excuse him from that
Certainly,
absence.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So we'll now adjourn as the Historic Preservation Board and reconvene as a local planning agency. LPA members, items or reports. Mr. Dunlap,
Nothing.
anything? Doug?
I would just like to say that Anita and I don't agree on things all the time, probably only about half the time, but I have never felt that you were biased on any of your judgments,
That's very nice of
and
you.
that
Thank you.
your comments I always found were insightful and heartfelt.
I appreciate that, Doug. Thank you very much. Jane, anything?
Ditto on Doug's comments.
Nothing else?
Nothing.
Jim, anything?
At 5:56, no.
John, anything?
I'm fine. Thank you.
I don't have anything either. LPA attorneys, anything?
We're going to try going forward. You know, we're always trying to make improvements. We're going to be a little bit more descriptive in some of our titles, and we will start having attachments to our ordinances with the various criteria attached.
Thank you
such
very much.
Format.
Community development, any issues? Anything you need to say? You can surprise us for next
Anything
month's agenda.
upcoming?
Could I have a motion, please, for
So moved.
adjournment? Thank you. It's 5:57. Thank you all for paying attention all day long.
Beat the council record
Stand
at
adjourned.
5:50.
Yes, we're at.